Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday. We're like 20 minutes after 6 o'clock. I always say it starts around 6. I guess, look, sometimes it turns out there's problems with your hotkeys, and you have to fix those before you go live, it turns out. Yeah, it's been a whole week since the last stream. A bunch has happened in the last week, I'll say, so I kind of have a lot to talk about. I think I have more cards tonight than I've had in a while, and some of them are like, kind of meaty, so we'll see. And in fact, I even have a few before we actually start into things. How you doing, everyone? I see a bunch of people in chat getting in the levels. I appreciate it. Appreciate you all. I wanted to start off by showing off the new FTO again. Wait, why, you ask? That's a weird thing to do, particularly at the top. The FTO is this thing here. Ooh, it's quite small, isn't it? Well, I can zoom in a little bit, I suppose. Is that good? Well, it could be bigger. How about this? I'm huge now! Look at this, I set up a bigger camera position for me. And I think also if you threw Pikmin at me while I was this big, the Pikmin might be bigger as well. Don't quote me on that, I didn't actually test it, and see how big they'd be. I just know that they should be big, but, yeah, now you can have a better look at this, and if ever I need to show something off, that I have, I can make myself bigger to help out with that. I can even go bigger than this. I can even go bigger. This is a little bigger than the other one. This one is sized such that if the schedule comes out, that thing comes out, I can do this at the end of the stream, right? Whereas this one is set up so that I'm basically as big as I can be, with the top of the camera being the top of the frame. And there's also, the green screen behind me, so you can still see the game or whatever. This is one of the things I've been working on this last week while I've not been streaming. I have a bit to talk about, I guess, on that front. This FDO is quite lovely, quite nice puzzle. Face-turning octahedron, you can sort of see it turns on these triangular faces. It's like the opposite of a cube, where a cube has, it has edges where a cube has faces, and faces where a cube has edges, basically. It's kind of the inverse of a cube. It's a pretty cool puzzle. I've figured out and figured out how it works as far as like, I've seen people say they could solve it via reduction, and I didn't quite get what that meant until I watched some videos, and basically when you reduce it, it basically is like a pyraminx. If you just have like 4 of the faces solved, and don't turn those solved faces, or don't turn the faces that are not solved. I do have a pyraminx, it's right here. I think I have multiple, actually, and several other pyraminx-like puzzles. Anyway, I was able to finally see it as a pyraminx and understand how that works, and I think that's quite lovely. This is the new one. It has magnets in it. It is a quite good puzzle. If you've been looking for a well-turning, nice new cube, this seems like the only one that's really took off, like, recently. The FTO puzzle. FTOs are pretty neat, and I've been screwing around with this all week as, like, a thing to play around with. I mentioned before that I like to have stuff to play while I'm watching stuff, and a good twisty puzzle is a perfectly good thing to do idly while you're watching something. Just as good as a video game, and also it doesn't, like, end, so you can just do it as many times as you please, which is good for having something to be busy. Is that it? Yeah, this is the FTO. Face-turning octahedron is what it's, what that stands for. Popular new puzzle these days. Let me make myself regular size again. Now I'm regular size. That's enough of the, upfront stuff. Really just wanted to show off that big camera mode, which I expect to roll out and pop out every time that maybe, like, we're ending a stream. I think that doing this and, having the schedule out would make a bunch of sense, right? Hey, Rudy. Hey, Antonio. Hey, Nancy. Hey, everyone. Moyako. It's good to see y'all. I do have a Megaminx as well. Megaminx is a quite good puzzle. There's a lot of really good puzzles, though I feel like I've acquired all the ones that are, like, super duper notable by now. I don't know. Let's get into these levels. I don't have anything as far as, like, Maker Super World progress to report. I haven't been making Mario this week, unfortunately. But what that does mean is that we'll get right into the swing of these hot, exciting viewer levels from the viewers at home. The first one being from Antonio Hunt. Let me tell you how this works for those who don't know. Antonio Hunt is here for what it's worth, but how this works, if you're new, if you need an explanation, is if you are here when your level comes up, I give it the full time of day, which outside the lightning round means 12 minutes, 12 minutes, and then 5 more tries if that's not enough. And if you're not here, we still do the level, but we do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, 2 tries refreshing at checkpoints as my compromise between prioritizing the people who are present and playing more levels, which I think is fun to do. Ooh, that's the standard explanation. That's the standard explanation. If there's any twisty puzzles that I should have that I don't, I'd love to know them, because I've looked at the cubicle and I do not see any that really jump out at me as being essential that I do not already possess, I'll say. Right, let's get into the swing of things. We have a level about Pokies. Escape from mad Pokey disease. The Pokies have taken over. Escape E4, it's too late. You got a typo there. There was no B in before. Look at that, I'm reading the description. I don't usually do that. Oh, crap. I just realized I forgot to turn on my, my ring light there. Okay, now I am properly lit up as per normal. This is what it looks like if I remember to turn on my ring light before making myself big. And even bigger, perhaps. Okay. Normal size, normal everything. Forgot to turn on that ring light today. I have all my other lights on. Bah! Hey, let's start that timer, and then we'll see what's up. This is a whole thing. Nancy, you're gonna want to do exclamation point add to get that level submitted. Exclamation point add, and then the code to get that level submitted. Is this a tight timer or something? Ooh. Look at how other people have done it. You can scroll up and you can look at the pinned message. It's, I understand YouTube streams maybe have fewer bots, fewer chat bots in general, but I trust you can work it out. If anyone wants to help, that's cool as well. Ah. Do these Pokies home, or is it just... Or do they just, like, wiggle around, sort of aimlessly? I'm not sure the particular behavior. It kind of looks like they were homing there earlier, but I don't know. I'll say, do have a large amount of cards, so why don't I just pull one and start talking about what's on it? just gonna pause for a second while I do so. Oh, I forgot to pull the card about how I had some new crap, as you can plainly see. Yeah, that was about the last thing. The new camera position. I'll say that started out as a thought for, like, you know, I got some away from home streams that I'm planning. And I figured, like, for some of them, probably just want to be as big as possible because it won't be, in some cases, won't be, like, gameplay focused, especially if I'm, you know, in a hotel room, let's say. You'll want to be able to see, like, more of the background, I guess. I don't know. Do hotel rooms excite the people? They might. Here's an actual card. Did you watch any Olympics? I didn't, but I heard about stuff. Hello, Diego. Didn't watch any of the Olympics. I've never been a Olympic watcher. But, you know, I'll say, like, just like pretty much every year, there's been a bunch of hubbub about a bunch of various things. Some of which being pretty cool, other stuff being, like, crazy making. You know what I mean? Let's start with the cool stuff, why not? Y'all see this shit? The guy who's like a 51-year-old Turkish shooter, and just like free-handing it, free-aiming it. Everyone else is using like weird glasses that have like target sights built in, and they block one eye, and they have like fancy arm mounts. This guy's just free-handing it. Led to people saying like, oh, this dude, he looks like he's some sort of fucking hitman. You know, some sort of fucking pro. Which, I think, it did eventually... It's not that he's a hitman, it's like, yeah, you know, he was like in the military or something. So he does have like practical experience, I guess, probably, with firearms in that manner. But, nothing like illegal, I suppose. I thought that was a really cool thing. I enjoyed the memes about it, and thought it was funny. I'll say significantly less funny all that shit about a woman boxer who was like slightly butch, and people just, when I say people, I mean terrible people, started making up horrible things about her. I say horrible things. They started assuming she was trans and getting really fucking horrible about that. And god damn. First off, she's not, so what the fuck? Second off, even if she was, that would be a horrible thing to say. And just, goddamn, it's worth noting that these people are wrong no matter if they're right or wrong about the boxer's transness, but goddamn! It all just kind of sucks, and also, like, I don't know. I think the thing for me about this that I sort of get, like, in my thoughts is that I also heard this week that, the United States water polo team, right? Apparently they are, like, world champions, year over year, right? They've won several gold medals repeatedly. But they all have day jobs because it turns out it's not, they all had day jobs because it turns out it's not profitable to be the #1 women's polo team in the world, apparently. Until fucking Flava Flav stepped in and was like, yo, I got you. You're sponsored now by Flava Flav. And that's great. Good on Flava Flav for paying our best female athletes in the world. And I think that is the thing I would point at to say, like, it is worth noting that that no one gives a shit about women's sports. So, like, why are these fucking turfy-ass motherfuckers getting all in a rage over something they don't give a shit about, there's not money in, and no one watches? Like, goddamn. If you ask me, Like, why even have a women's division if it's just gonna be underfunded, underviewed, and just give TERFs the excuse to get horribly, not just transphobic, but also just like seeing a slightly big woman, a slightly strong woman, which I remind you is sort of the point of the Olympics, to find, oh my god, we got through, to find all the biggest women in the world. See a big woman and go like, god damn, that woman, how? And get really horrible about actual people. It's fucking terrible. If you ask me, I think that they should figure out how to get rid of the divisions. And also, they should figure out how to do robot arms. If everyone had robot arms, it wouldn't fucking matter what hormones you had in you, or what your genetics said. Because, you know, everyone would be fucking super strong if you were Olympic level. I think that'd be fine. Also, some amount of genetic editing would probably be also helpful to that end. Hey, Jerry Jr., how you doing? You're gonna have to do !add, and then the code to get that in there. Hopefully everyone's figuring that out. I didn't see if the previous person who was, having the difficulties managed. Damn it. Let me put the message into chat so you can know if you know. There. There you go, you figured it out. Perfect. The message will help anyone else then. You can also look at the pin. It's pinned as well, but I have a button I can press to make that message appear. That's right. Ah! That's right, I don't type it out every time. I think robot arms are cool, and people should be cyborgs as soon as possible. They should have, like, you know, I'll say, I got bad skin. I got bad skin. It's got, like, you know, it's got, like, a condition and stuff. Not gonna go into detail, but I wouldn't mind having robot skin, like you know, in Overwatch, there's Doomfist. Doomfist, he has a skin where his skin is all like silver and stuff. Yeah, I think I'd like that. I would like to just have stainless steel skin. I think that'd be cool. I wonder if that'd be nice or if that would be unpleasant. You think it'd be unpleasant to have steel skin? Like, how would that feel for, like, certain parts of the body that are nice to, that are sort of nice? You had a young YouTuber named 9Volt that played your special level and loved it. 9Volt, like the WarioWare character? Cool. Do you know the WarioWare character? Same name. Maybe you mean the WarioWare character. Alright, we got into the second room again. Let's go. Got stuck on the vines there. So anyway, that's the Olympics. It's worth noting, 1, trans rights are human rights, and 2, one of the reasons why trans rights are human rights is because, you know, the TERFs don't know who is trans and who is not. No, you can't really clock that. And if you allow them to be terrible to trans women, they're gonna end up being terrible to any women that don't look super feminine. Which, yeah, might include the strongest women in the world. Yes, the women who are best at punching. Those women in particular might have more muscles than 99.99% of women because they're fucking Olympians. That's the whole point. There was a statement from the woman who got punched by the other woman, and she said, Oh, dearie me! That's, harder than I've ever been hit by. I never expected to be hit this hard. And you just look at that and go like, you're in the Olympics. You're in the Hardest Hitters Association. Literally the contest to determine who can punch the hardest. And you're complaining that you got punched really hard? Get good! It's fucking crazy making. Also, it's worth noting she did apologize. She said, quote, I was having a gamer moment. I didn't mean to do like a trans, to set off a trans, witch hunt. Whoops. That was, a goof up, is what she said. 5 last tries. We're out of time. That means we're down to 5 last tries, and then we'll go to the next one. This level is, difficult. I know I'm one to talk about skill issues. Whilst dying repeatedly. Being hit. A fireball hits you hard, to be fair. I am not in peak condition, perhaps. I am small Mario. I am not, I am not fully engorged. Did I die once or twice there? I think I might have forgotten to do... Let's just say that's one. If I miscount, tell me. If I'm saying some dumbass shit about comparing Mario to an erection, just say something and I'll correct it. Okay? Perhaps I am one to talk about stuff and you know, whatever. I talk about the, you know, the sexual business, the entendres, and so forth. They come up. Entendres and so forth is a pretty good stream title. I might have the stream title already. We'll see. This might be a long stream. That's what she said, haha. Is that good? That doesn't really work, no. This stream might go long, that's what she said. That works a little better if you word it like that. The stream part makes it sound like it's more about, like, urination, rather than, like, penis length. Let's really break down these euphemisms until they're, these entendres until they're no longer, funny. That seems like a good idea. Thank you for the level, Antonio. How far were we from the end there? That was the second segment that we got to. How are you able to play my level? That is a really philosophical question, Luwei. I am able to play your level if it is uploaded, and you give me the code, and you wait your turn. Three basic tenets there. And, there's not that many levels in the queue right now, so get in, and you might even get in before the lightning round, which let's say 8 o'clock. We'll say 8 o'clock for the lightning round. We sort of had a late start, so that makes sense. Thank you for the level. We couldn't do it. Let me dismiss you first, and then you can put in your next one. There you go. Teddy Man is up next. Teddy Man, please confirm. Ooh. By the way, I'll say, I don't mean to get political or anything. I feel like last week and the week before are more than enough politics for a while now, but I do think that supporting trans people and talking about trans issues, that is separate from politics, and I think that is just always worth doing, always worth saying. And I think that if you have a problem with that, you know, fuck off then. You know, look, it is what it is. I'll talk about other stuff now. I got plenty of other things to talk about. Here's the next card that I have. RIP Game Informer. Game Informer, closed today. The website is gone. Teddy Angel is here, or Teddy Man is here. I got confused because Robbie Angel just chatted in the Twitch chat. Teddy in the YouTube. Hey, Cornadias, how's it going? RIP Game Informer. I'll say, I never had that much of a connection to Game Informer, never read it as a kid. Nintendo Power was always my jam before I got an Xbox 360, and by around that time, game magazines were sort of falling by the wayside anyway, so it didn't really make sense to subscribe to any one particular magazine. I was like a Nintendo kid up to the point where I got a 360, so Nintendo Power just sort of made sense. I didn't have to hear about anything I couldn't play, let's say. But I do know a lot of people, and like a lot of streamers and a lot of places who got their start at Game Informer, like Dan Reichert started at Game Informer before going over the Giant Bomb. A lot of the people from MinMax, like Ben Hansen, started out at Game Informer before jumping ship or getting fired. I forget what happened specifically, but Ben Hansen went and founded MinMax, and I quite like MinMax, and I quite like Dan Reichert, and I like Giant Bomb, and I understand that this is tough for them, and I wish them the best, and I also wish the best to everyone fucking laid off with no warning whatsoever. Apparently, a couple people were, like, literally out of country, like, literally in Japan, working on, like, a cover story or whatever, and heard off Twitter that they were fired. They were all laid off. What the fuck? I think if you're talking about, like, a journalist, a publishment, it is best practices to let them know so that they can do, like, one final issue that has, like, a front cover that references the first front cover or something, like Nintendo Power had, and apparently, like, a few other publications. Interesting. The one up there. I was seeing a bunch of people, like, point out, like, oh, like, Game Pro or something else. Some of the other magazines did stuff like that before they went off out of publication. And it kind of sucks the Game Informer went that way, but yeah. They stopped making Game Informer? Yeah, today. Today, it's fired, it's canceled. Everyone's laid off, and, oh! Spin jump on the guy. They're all laid off, and it's canceled, and the website is down. They can't get to any of the old articles or anything. And as for, like, the stuff that's on YouTube, I know that the MinMax folk are taking a endeavor to try to save as much as they can. I'm in the MinMax Discord, and I saw them saying, like, okay, everyone, based on the letters in your name, we're just going to portion out different chunks of the back catalog. Like, if I were to participate, which I think they're good on that. If I were to participate, I would be getting, like, 2020... late 2020 stuff from, like, July to November or something, and making local copies of that so that it doesn't get lost. They stopped making the physical copies. I wasn't clear on that. I was wondering if that happened. But yeah. If you have a GameStop subscription and you did it to support Game Informer, cancel that shit right now and go get a refund. You can manually message them and they'll refund you. That was a good level, good solid level. I wouldn't say it's that hard, honestly, Teddy Man. I'll say that that's more sort of in the mid-range of difficult levels. You can sort of see that the clear rate sort of reflects that as well. I think if it was like twice as long, or had like a third segment that cranked up the difficulty a bit, I think it would qualify as hard, but that was sort of in the mid-range, approaching hard. I guess for a casual level, for a traditional level, that could be considered hard, but it's good. It's good. Hey, it's good. I guess, you know what, I'll say, I'm the first one to have cleared it, so the clear rate is just determined by me so far. Maybe other people will struggle more. Maybe I'm really good. Maybe I am pro or something. I think I am, well, I've played enough hours of this game to be considered an expert, I suppose. Robbie Angel is up next. Robbie Angel is here on the Twitch side. Fantastic. Let's punch this in. Also, I'll do another card, why not? Follow up on the Stream Deck iPhone app. Thanks for suggesting that last week, QASZXZ. Last week, I was talking about the laptop streaming setup that I've been working on, and how I was sort of struggling with how I wanted to have the hotkeys. I wanted to bring the Stream Deck with me to places when I go places. And QSAXZ suggested in chat saying that, like, why don't you just use the phone app? And I was a little resistant, going like, I feel like I've looked into that before, and I didn't want to do like a yearly sub or anything. So that really just turned me off, you know. I didn't want to spend infinite money over infinite time to get something for the setup. And then I looked at it and realized, like, wait a minute. There's a $50 unlock it permanent style option. Oh, okay, that's just what I'm gonna have to go with then. And that's just really handy. Copied all my settings over from my local Stream Decks onto my laptop, and made it so that I can do all the hotkeys I can do on my PC on my laptop, except for the ones that are, like, specific to controlling this webcam and stuff like that. You know, like, I can move this, I can turn off and on tracking, and I can move the camera up and around and stuff. The hotkeys, those hotkeys aren't needed on the laptop since it will have its own camera. Appreciate the suggestion. That was a fantastic suggestion. We're doing the super world here. Let's go. Wait, huh? What? I think I misclicked something. 1 second. Robbie was up next. Robbie was up next, and did Robbie say anything in particular? Nah. Super world okay, Robbie? Let me just see what's the latest level that was made. It was a great suggestion, and I'll say one thing that I've been realizing recently as I've been, like, on the go and wanting to do things like make thumbnails and stuff from like, you know, like, from other places. Like, I'm not gonna say, well, maybe, like, The Office, if I'm saying, like, before lunch, like, as part of my lunch break, let's say. But it was inconvenient to not have those hotkeys that I use for, like, generating thumbnails and stuff on the go, and with the phone thing, I'll be able to just do that whenever I want. I'll just be able to plug in my phone into my laptop, and there I go. I have all my hotkeys, I have macros, and hell, I can even set up macros for work now, and be reasonably assured, like, oh, all I need to do is, like, just, you know, do the thing that I like to do when I'm at work, honestly, which is, looks like these are from the super world, so let's go with the super world then. I like to, towards the end of the day, I like to go away from the, like, work computer, and I like to set up in, like, a little lobby-type area that just has comfy chairs and no one's there, you know, a little bit of privacy. And I set up my laptop, and I do some work, from a nice place for a change of pace. And this will be great for, I can go there and then go like, okay, I got like some sort of spreadsheet work that just involves like, okay, left column, copy, over 2 rows, paste, next row, you know, go down and then 2 rows to the left, copy, paste. I can just have a macro that's like, okay, this macro copies, goes right, paste, down, left, and then that's the macro, and that puts me right where I need for the next one. And with a few such macros like that, I can save myself a bunch of hand pain if I'm assigned that sort of task, which sometimes happens. I won't, go into detail about like what kind of engineering work I'm up to these days in my day job. I believe in keeping that crap separate, but occasionally I have to do some sort of analysis type work. And this type of thing will, having hotkeys will be really fucking convenient. That was a nice little 1-1. Nothing wrong with that. Again, I'll say if you like hotkeys, hell, I'll say this. If you're a new streamer and if you've been considering getting a Stream Deck, consider just getting the iPhone app version. It's actually nearly as good. Though, having like an actual physical button to press is really preferable in every single instance, but it's like a quarter of the price. Also, like a Stream Deck XL is probably like 100 to 200 bucks. And, I'll say like a Stream Deck XL, I love it. I would recommend it as well, but if you're just starting out, start with the phone and then get a physical one. Maybe after you get it all set up and you know exactly how many physical hotkeys you need to do the things you want to do. Thank you for the level, that was great. Moyako is up next. Hello, Mr. Coco82. Thank you for the level. And thank you, Sunflora Asmerzil, for the level. Appreciate y'all. Moyako is up next. I'm going to hit next so that Moyako can see in chat that Moyako is up. I'll do another card while I'm entering this in. Been setting up a bunch of stuff. Moyako is here. Fantastic. Been setting up a bunch of stuff. You might have seen the test stream over the weekend that was more successful than the last one. I got my laptop set up working pretty damn well. The only thing is that at certain times I feel like you can hear the fans of the laptop spinning through the microphone, which I've tried putting in a second layer of like noise, like cancellation. The last 4 levels are dedicated to you. Very cool, very cool. And I think that now sounds good, and I think that's all good to go. I also set up this, as I showed earlier. This new, slightly bigger cam and this extra big cam. Set up those to have more options to show things that are like this big to y'all while being taking up more of the screen. Set that all up, felt pretty good. Set up Metroid Dread randomizer, as well as the big cam and several odds and ends. As far as odds and end goes, it's stuff like this. Like, I was looking at... Let me get that card down. I was looking at... Let me find this. I was looking at the doing some of the thumbnails. I decided to go ahead and do a bunch of thumbnails for the Japan trip in a few months, in like a month and a half now. I figured that while I'm in Japan, maybe it's not the best time to make a bunch of thumbnails, so I went ahead and made a whole bunch of them. They not in the right order? That's weird. Whatever. I have one that that will be good for like the stream. I intend to do like right as soon as I land, right as soon as I get to the hotel to see how things work. And then I got 3 here where it's basically just a photo of a city plus 4 superimposed Mario Maker characters, because that'll be the normal viewer levels, except it'll also be me telling you how my trip is going, which will save me telling you about it like in one stream after the whole 3 weeks are up. And you can see here that got different photos for each one. For the Tokyo and Osaka ones, I was able to use photos from my last trip. So those are photos I actually took, this one and that one. But I've never been to Hakone and I've never been to Sapporo, so I just went with like basic stuff from their like main tourism hub website type thing. Hopefully cool to use and shit. I might take my own photos and just put those in before the actual streams happen. We'll see what happens. I have plenty of time in some cases to do that. If I'm gonna do like the Osaka stream at the end of the Osaka week, for instance. Hakone, I'm gonna be there for a day, the day that I'm streaming from, so I don't know. I might even see if I end up not doing it that way. I might end up doing like a, I might end up doing it like a day before, so I can have the entirety of the Hakone day to like see all the hot springs and to relax in the hot spring rather than doing like a 2-hour stream or something. You know what I mean? That might be a better way to end my Japan trip, but I don't know. We'll see. What if I did it in the morning? What if I did it like Saturday morning before I left the hotel? That's an idea. My flight is at like 6 p.m., so I could totally do the stream like first thing in the morning before I have to check out of the hotel. I'll think about that while I'm in Hakone, how about? We'll see. Tentative when that'll be then. Hello, Toad Testicle Taster. Good name. That's a good name. Upload courses. Gotcha. Okay. I've played all of them, but not finished 2 of them. Let's do, you want to do the last one or this one? What do you think? We're still outside the lightning round. They're both about 1%. Let's do, I feel like we did the last... Oh, you got another code for us, Moyako? Okay, cool. I'll show you again while Moyako's finding a code. I'll show you again the photos of the laptop setup. It's a bit complicated. This is a laptop setup. The hotkey I had didn't work. Crap. 1 second, let me go over to the desk and fix that. God damn it. I moved around all my Stream Deck hotkeys, so give me a second to find. Whoopsie daisy. Find the right hotkey. Let me fix that real fast. Something... I guess all the, like... setting up the new thing. Oh, you know what it was? I forgot to assign the right, object to that hotkey. Okay, that'll fix it. We're gonna go back. I'm gonna go back over now. Okay. I see the new code. I will enter that in shortly. Here we go. Now it'll work. Again, with starting on the wrong one. The best viewers are right here. Spam bots. Okay, so... This is a laptop setup. This is the laptop setup I got set up recently. It's a whole complicated setup, basically to go over it point by point real fast. Laptop, on-the-go setup. Intend to use this when I go to Japan in a month and a half. Basically now, you can see that it has a Stream Deck app instead of the actual device. I'm using a Blue Yeti Nano for audio. I think that'll be perfectly fine to pack. It's not that big. The Switch is like behind the PC. That's not super important. Let's see, what else? Did it not? Thought I hit the button. The ring light for lighting myself up, getting the lighting good. That should help if like the hotel rooms don't have good lighting, which is possible. Obviously, that is a Asus ZenBook Duo 2024. The Elgato HD60 captures from the Switch, which is being captured by the portable switch dock, by the way, which is about the size of a USB hub, also around that area. It is sent from the Elgato to a portable monitor for lag-free playback, so I can play it without lag, and also to the PC. Here's, by the way, everything labeled. There's quite a bit. There's a detachable keyboard. There's a mouse. There is a USB dock. There's a power thing. It's kind of a bit. It's kind of a complicated setup. I think that it'll be good. It works, as far as I can tell. So there you go. The only thing that's weird about it is that the fans tend to run pretty loudly, so I'm hoping that the noise cancellation will make it so that you just hear my voice when I'm using that lovely new microphone. And it's really close to the fan vents. The Asus ZenBook fan vents are on the side. Because of the two-screen aspect, they can't be on the bottom, so that means that they're kind of close to the microphone as a result. Really, really excited for that trip, I'll say. Dang. Yeah, it's a whole setup. I've been thinking about how to do this, planning for it for months now, I guess. And I think it's perfect now. I think it's perfect. I was trying to make it so, trying to use like an actual physical stream deck for a while. And that was just not good. Not space efficient, not space efficient, not this, not that. I was also trying to make a lavalier mic work, which I don't know, it just didn't sound good. Maybe it was the fan noise that was throwing it off. The lavalier maybe was picking up some of that fan noise when especially the thing got heated up. I don't know, but I'll say I think we're good enough. I think those streams will go off without a hitch. Let's is this the code, Moyako? Isn't this the same as before? Oh, I copied from the bottom of the screen, didn't I? Sorry. I forgot to look at chat for that code. As you could tell, I got a little distracted by describing the complicated setup that I've put together. I'll say, it's possible this might be used for things other than away streams, or other than, like, specifically going to Japan, right? Like, why was I just put into some other stream? What do you mean? No, this is the stream. This is the stream. Unless you're wondering, like, why I like to talk about the things I've been up to, in which case, it's because I like to talk about the things I've been up to. The things I've been planning. I have heard, like, I was chatting with, Judo. You know when you raid? You just got, like, a raid thing? I don't know nothing about that. That's bizarre. I do know that there's been some stuff going on with Twitch. So maybe maybe something screwy is going on with them. I certainly didn't hit a button that starts a raid. Unless there's something really wrong with my OBS. My Stream Deck setup. Unless one of my hotkeys has, like, a second function I didn't know about. We're just... Nearly got through, first try. I was about to say, we're just, like, searching for a word that, means cooking. You know, we're just cranking, we're just hauling ass. Hello, Tri-Death Gamer. Where's my mushroom? There it is. How you doing, Tri-Death Gamer? Thank you for the level. Try Death Gamer. You're good? That's great. I'm doing okay. I'll say I'm a little sniffly today. I'm a little sniffly today. Well, we need to time this right. We need to wait. Thank you for the tip. You made the level 3 years ago? I also have made a lot of levels 3 years ago. You're in good company. I'm a little sniffly today. I've been a little sick this week. Wednesday in particular, I took a sick day. I was that sick. I was, sore throat, the works. But, yesterday felt better, and today just sort of a little bit of a runny nose. I also did think it could be allergy meds. I did run out of allergy meds, like, the other day. But I did just get in some new allergy meds, and that didn't seem to, make too much of a difference, so, you know, maybe just a tiny bit sick, I don't know. Who can fucking say? I think that, since I've been working in an office the last, since the start of this year, first time in ages, and also it's a bigger office than I've ever worked in, I feel like I'm just more exposed to disease now than I've been for a while. You know what I mean? Like, when you're just working from home and all, you're pretty much safe from any sickness. You know, when's it gonna come for you? When you're at Target? Yeah, right, that's not much of a thing, but big office, tons of people, like, yeah, no, catching everything going around, it turns out. Sure glad that, I mean, obviously, I'm sure this, I'm sure this company that I'm working for, unspecified company, I'm sure they shut down during the pandemic like everyone else, but I'm sure glad that I was able to work from home throughout the pandemic. Kind of feels like, with the amount I'm getting sick these days, an office would have definitely given me the COVID. Thank God for the fact that you know, my job is, such that remote is no biggie. I'll say with that Japan trip, I think I'm pretty much all fixed good. I think I'm all good now. I think I got everything I need, all in mind, all ready to go. I've gotten all my hotels, my flights, my, whole nine. Everything is pretty much ready, accounted for, thought about. I got a reasonably good amount of things to see in every single place I'm going. Honestly, I could flesh it out more, but also just Googling on the day is perfectly sufficient to filling out an itinerary, honestly. I don't really need to overthink things any further. The only thing I haven't done yet is I haven't locked down a VPN, but also I do know that most VPNs come with like a free trial and crap, so I'm thinking just sign up for one like literally right before. NordVPN or something, I don't know. Or Express. I'm not really sure which one to go with. I'm not sure that it matters. But that's like the last thing I need to think about for that trip. Packing, that's the other thing I guess I need to think about. But that's like, you know, a month away. And even then, that's... It's gonna be like September 20th, so yeah, like a month and a half, a little over a month and a half, really. Until it's like a week away, that's when you need to start thinking about packing. Thought it was gonna go down. Practicing FNF mat void sides are kinda right now. I don't parse what you mean by that. Try gamer death. Whatever. I am, I accept I don't understand everything that people say. FNF means Friday Night Freddy's, is that right? Or... I think FNF is Friday Night at Freddy's. Friday Night at Freddy's, something like that. That was after my time, I don't know nothing about that. Friday Night Funkin'? That might be before my time then. That like Friday Night, Saturday Night Fever, that sort of thing. I've seen that movie. That was a good movie. It's a rhythm game. Oh, okay. I'm just not. I don't have a sense of rhythm, so I just don't know that much about rhythm games. I never played Guitar Hero back in the day. Just not really my jam. You think that a lot of people in my generation know how to play instruments because of Guitar Hero? That or like predisposition to. That seems like it's reasonably likely. Or drums. Or drums. This is where we died before, so let's do this right. How come? Okay. There we go. That was close to the checkpoint there. Let's do this. Not that much left now. I'm just sitting pretty, doing my job, and doing some streams. You know? Just normal stuff. I don't think I even need to buy anything more. I think I'm fixed good as far as, like, purchases. Maybe I could get a new bag to, like, hold my technology. I have an old technology bag that I sort of slip into the front of my, my travel suitcase thing. You know, my travel carry-on. The non-personal item carry-on. It's a rolling carry, as I call it. I have, like, a tech bag that I put into the front compartment. And I'm thinking I could use a new one, honestly. To, like, be more... have, like, better compartments for holding all the crap I need for this stream stuff, you know? Like, I think that could be a smart thing, but also, it might be fine. I guess I should try putting the Elgato and everything else I need into the tech bag and try to figure out, like, how exactly I would, organize that. Not a big deal, though, I'll say. Everything sort of worked out. There's only a few things left to think about, and then, you know, we'll just have a lovely vacation. I guess I should, like, check and see and think, right? If there's anything I need to know about, like, these theme parks I need to go to, right? Like, do I need to know anything special as far as, like, which ride's the ride first? Where to run to when the park opens, when you get to the park? Which, I don't know if I can be there at opening for Disney, because I'm not going to be staying on the premises. Universal, too, I'm going to be staying in a regular hotel. So I probably, it probably does the thing that the other Universal and Disney parks do, right? Where hotel guests can go in early. I'll probably be coming in like an hour later, assuming, hey, who knows how long it'll take me to actually reach the park. Just using the transit system. But I should probably still look up, like, videos of, like, okay, USJ, here's what you do. Okay, Fuji-Q Highlands, here's what you need to know. Timer's up. Let's put some lives on the screen. 5 of them, perfect. That's the sort of thing that I will maybe spend some time watching on YouTube in the next month or so, just researching the hell out of those 3 theme parks. But other than that, like, yeah, no, I've been to Tokyo before. I know most of the things I want to see. I have a big list. I'll try to organize it in a way where it's like, okay, I'm gonna hit up things that are close to each other. You know, I'm doing things in this neighborhood and then running out to something nearby. That's stuff that you figure out on the day. You don't need a ton of prep to do that. I'm probably like if you ask me like what kind of traveler I am, I'd say, I kind of like to over-prepare, you know? I like to think about things. I like to have plans like months in advance. Maybe ridiculous. Hey! We made it through. Made it to the checkpoint. We have 5 tries to do this last segment. Interesting. If those P blocks go off, it's gonna drop shit on us. So let's have that not happen. I see. Oh, I didn't see! I need it to be at just the right height so that it's not blocking and it's also not, it's not only not blocking, but also, not blocking, but also the right place for me to land. 3 tries left, let's go. There we go, that's not so hard. This is not so hard either. Let's look ahead. Now, I'm pretty sure this probably has a mushroom check here, so even if we got through that door. You say it's almost cheese? If you didn't put a mushroom check here, I would be very, very, very surprised, I'll tell you. If there's no mushroom check between us and the ending, I would be shocked. Ah. Maybe there wasn't one, and we just nearly got the only viable cheese there. The only time where we could get small and stop. It was supposed to kill us. And the fact that it didn't, it just made us stronger. Now, I'm not gonna try to do that again, of course. That's... Okay! That could have been cheese again, but we couldn't control ourselves on that spring, so... Yeah, no, the timing didn't work out. Solid-ass level. I quite enjoyed it. Yeah, that's similar to other levels that you've done, so I guess they got the gimmick idea, the mechanic from you, or others, who knows, and sort of expanded upon them in their own ways. That's cool. I like to see that sort of thing. People playing off other people's ideas. That's neat. Taking it in their own directions. Valuable. Let's hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Rudy. Rudy the Shiny Hunter. Rudy is on the YouTube side. Go ahead and confirm. Rudy, I'm gonna put next into chat so that, or current into chat so that Rudy can know to confirm. You know what? I'll also set a timer for myself so that I know like when the lightning round should be beginning. Be like in 34 minutes from now. Sure, my phone, my wrist will vibrate and then I'll know. As always, if you're not here, Rudy, it'll be sudden death, so keep that in mind. I got tons of cards. It's me, do a card. Follow up on Twitch clipping. I've made no progress this week. I guess I was busy. I was setting up lots of stuff in OBS on the laptop. I had to get a haircut. I had to watch Deadpool. I had to watch anime. Oh, there was so much stuff that I said in the moment, like, yeah, I'll be productive. Yeah, I really need to go see this Deadpool movie, so that'll be my productive act of the day. And just made no progress on the Twitch clipping themselves. I'll say I did convert some Twitch clips, older Twitch clips, into YouTube Shorts and re-up my supply of those going forward, so that's nice. I now have, hopefully, some funny, good shorts to put up that aren't just the ones that I've been sitting on for months because they're not the funniest ones. It's funny, I put up a bunch of clips all into YouTube Short format all at once, and then I put up my favorite every day, or the one that I think is the best one for the day, and then towards the end of a lot, it's like, why did I pick that one? Ooh, I don't know if that one's a good one to post. This one doesn't work outside of context. This one is a little awkward, isn't it? I don't know. And getting a new bunch of them just makes me feel a little better about, like, shorts and stuff. But I really need to clip up more of the old streams into Twitch clips so that they can become Twitch YouTube Shorts, so that I'm not just using stuff from last year and before for YouTube Shorts. Hell, I need to grab some stuff from, like, last week before certain jokes become way dated. Before, like, you know, before a meme runs its course. If you know what I mean. There was a meme that a lot of last week was heavy on, and boy howdy, that's gonna run its course sometime soonish, probably. I don't know. The guy will be in the media for a while. Maybe it'll be still relevant like a month or two from now. Still, though, it's good to get that stuff into YouTube short form while the iron is hot, rather than when it's cool. I don't know. Oh, and I was gonna do. Did you see Twitch's iOS new iOS app? It's bad. I did say next card. Yeah, Twitch recently rolled out a new iOS app. It's very bad. Is this the first image or the second image? It's the second image. Do I have song requests? No, I just use the game music. I don't use, like, soundtracks or stuff. No, I don't have anything like that. Yeah, look at this shit. This is what it looks like now. I wish I had a screenshot, come to think of it, of the before. But this is the after. They made it look like TikTok, basically. Except, like, obviously, all the streams are widescreen, so it makes zero sense. And you just have to, like, scroll up. If you scroll up, it takes you to the next one and just fills the page. Same as this one. And sometimes it's someone you're following. Sometimes it's, like, a category you're following. It's not good. You hate it. Yeah, everyone hates it. To be clear, I've looked everywhere. I can't find a single soul that fucking likes this design. I'll say, like, you know, it could be okay with some tweaks, right? Like, okay, first off, they're all widescreen, so what if there were multiple on the screen? And you could see the next one in that big empty area where it said, tap to watch and chat. Like, what if that was just the next one, and below that was the next one below that, and above, in the empty space above, was the next one? You like the regular menus? Yeah, the regular menus are better also. But it's just the thing that people do, that like websites do these days, where they just say like, oh, we want to be TikTok. TikTok is successful, so we'll imitate TikTok. And the content is entirely different, so it makes zero sense to imitate TikTok. 0 cents whatsoever. Twitter did this as well, and it's dumb as hell in Twitter's case, especially because there's literally, in some cases, videos that are threaded, right? Where it's like, okay, this video follows this video, and when you scroll up or down, it just pulls up a random video, not like the next video in a thread. It's like no one thought about this. No one's thinking about how their website should work. They're just doing crap. It's terrible. It's terrible what they've done. Look what they've done to my boy. I think it could be salvaged. I think it could be salvaged with, like, some actual intelligence going into the design. But this ain't that. This ain't that. And I gotta say the thing that I've said. The thing that I've said before. When you take a social media platform, or like a streaming platform, whatever, and you try to turn it into something it's not, because that something it's not is more popular than you, you're just fucking yourself up. Because people already have TikTok. If they want TikTok, they know where to go, and it's not Twitch. Uh-oh. I needed that guy. He's not gonna respond, is he? Unless I go through a door. Was there a door? Let's backtrack and find out. There was a checkpoint. Hey, Rudy. Perfect. Now that you're here, we can set a timer. We can set... It's not the right button. We can end the timer. Wait. Hit this button. Hit this button. Timer. Okay, there we go. And now we can die and get our guy back without any compunction. Compunction? Is that the right word? I killed it, Rudy. I killed it. So I needed to die there. I slid right into it. And then it was dead. By making your service into an also ran, you're just turning off the people who actually like your site, right? That actually use your site. The reason they use your site is because it is the thing that it is. By turning it into something that's not, just makes it so that your loyal base doesn't want to use it less, and also makes it so that new users just see it and go like, why wouldn't I just use TikTok? Robbie Angel, your level isn't in the queue, but it says it was a code when you tried to put it in. It was. I think I already played it. I played it, Robbie Angel. You, didn't confirm. You didn't confirm your level, so we did sudden death, I think. I think that's how it happened. Try submitting it again. I think we played yours. I think we played yours, Robbie. I remember your level. Perfect.
Oh yeah.
There's no reason for Twitch to be designed the way it is. You don't want to scroll through streams like TikTok. You want to watch streams. I'll say this. They mostly didn't mess up the base, the core functionality of watching streams. Like, you click that big tap to watch and chat, and the regular Twitch layout comes up, the one they had before. So it's just normal style. But the main screen now sucks, and that's... Well, I hope it doesn't depress, like, viewership on Twitch in general. That would be rough. They've said that, like, half of the traffic on Twitch comes from phones, so thinking about how people might want to use Twitch on their phones would be a good idea. Would be a nice thing to do. Guess that's what happens when you lay off a bunch of your staff and do other evil things. Thank you for the level, Rudy. That's quite nice. You were looking at something else? Understandable, it happens. You know, hey, I don't mind sudden death. Feel free to resubmit. Hey. It's cool. Sudden death is also fun, now and again. Let me hit complete and get up the next one. Hint of the next level will be to kill the chain chomp by any means necessary. Rudy, you're gonna have to submit again for your level to come back around for that to be the thing. But, Snowy Parkour Speedrun, you are up. Snowy parkour speedrun. Wait, is that the... No, that's the note. Site YouTube is the one who's up next. I should... God damn it. I wish that Warp World wouldn't do that. I like it when it's just the code in the name. That is my preference, just for the sake of the UI, so I can see, and you can see, everything about what's important here, but it is what it is. This is the best way to have a YouTube, Twitch unified queue, don't you know? By the way, shout out to Drew Scanlon. Speaking of Twitch, Drew Scanlon, formerly of GiantBomb.com. Drew Scanlon is a guy who was like the video editor slash like tech guy, you know, handled the back end of streams and stuff at Giant Bomb for a while. Went on and did like Cloth Map for a bit, and also helped with those like making of Karateka, those documentaries, interactive documentaries that have been coming out recently. He recently got a new job at Twitch, and good for him. Hey, it's always good to see someone who you like from, you know, websites and games media and such get a new gig. Also, by the way, even if you don't know Drew Scanlon, you might actually know Drew Scanlon. Drew Scanlon is perhaps most famously known as the blinking white guy, because one gif of him, like, doing a, you know, the famous blink reaction from a Giant Bomb stream happened to become a very, 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 very popular gif. Very, very popular gif. GIF? I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. Either is fine, I'm sure. Shout out to him. Real nice to see him get work, and also apparently he's now streaming on Twitch as well. It's funny to see like him start up a personal stream for the first time. I saw some of that the other day. It kind of makes me think of when you get a new job with a company, and that company is something like where you can use their product. While I was interviewing last year, I had one such thing where, before I was doing the interview, they were like, oh, you should go try our password manager. And I downloaded it and then was like, this is a lot of work for a position that I ultimately didn't get. So, you know, that's what it makes me think of. But I do think Twitch is nice, and I think it's nice to see people stream. I don't see sight, so let's go ahead and do sudden death style. Sight, you just have to say the word, and ooh, this will be difficult. This might be tight. Okay, it's tight and also really timing based. I think we want to just... Yeah, we want to just take off twice. Look at the indicator. You know what? That first time, I'm gonna one more try. Okay. That first try, I didn't know that if I didn't move immediately, I wouldn't work. So I'm willing to not count that one. But the second one on those are the two tries. Sight, if you're not here, we're gonna move on. I'll give you a second now. I'll give you like a second here. Diego, are you up next? Let me look. That's right, B-Side Magic. It is viewer levels. Ooh, water is good. Second here, a second there. Yeah. Diego is up next, and Diego is here. Why don't I pull a quick card? I'll start talking about it while we give Sight a second to appear. I started watching The Boys. That's right. Funny story. Never seen The Boys. My dad recently, my sister showed him an episode, and he said like, "Oh, he said to me like, okay, when you get here, we're gonna watch The Boys. That's gonna be the next show that we watch, right? When I'm hanging out with my dad, you know, when we're like having a Saturday dinner or something, right? And so last Saturday, we sat down and watched the first episode, and then half of episode 2 of season 4, and you can see that a mistake was made somewhere along the line. We somehow got skipped all the way to season 4 after watching the first episode, and we're just really lost and confused for around 30 minutes there until, like, something that made no sense whatsoever, where it's like, wait, hang on, how does he know? We didn't see anything like that, and I'm pretty sure I didn't fall asleep for any of it. And then my dad, he backed out and was like, this is season 4. And I was like, God damn it! I said to him, he was lecturing me while we were watching the first episode. Now, you cannot be fucking around on, like, your Switch or your, like, FTO cube here. You have to be paying attention, because if you don't pay attention, you're gonna get lost. And then we started the second episode of season 4 by mistake, and occasionally I said things like, wait, that's the girl from before? She's hanging out with him now? When did that happen? And my dad was just like, you weren't paying attention clearly. Yes, that's her, yes. And I was just like, well, I don't think it makes sense for her to be there now, but whatever, man. This is kind of weird. I thought it would deal with, like, that invisible guy. That happened to you once? Yeah. I gave my dad a lot of shit when he figured it out. And after we all just went, wait, this is impossible. This makes no sense. And we went and watched episode 2. And we were cracking jokes during it, like, when I'll say the what's his name from Star Trek and Hot Fuzz, that guy Simon, what's his name? Help me out here, chat. What the fuck is that guy's name? I don't see Scorn, so let's type in the next code and do let's dismiss. Simon Pegg. We saw Simon Pegg in episode 2, and I made some jokes about some stuff that happened in season 4, and my dad laughed, and it's very funny to us that we know a little bit about what's gonna happen, and a little bit about, like, in season 1 they're talking about, like, substance V or something, and it's pretty clearly obvious. Apparently everyone knows in season 4, apparently, because they just out and said it. And they out and said a thing that I remarked to my dad after, and I said, like, it's funny that they talked about there being no something or others. I'm not gonna go into specifics. Yeah. Hey, Baron. Hey, everyone. Let's type in this code. I guess I should just talk about how I felt about it. I watched episode 2 after that. I watched the actual episode 2. Seems interesting. Seems like the way that actual superpowers would be in actual America. You know, they'd be abused. They'd be a lot of heroes would be outright loathsome people once you got right down to it, because yeah, people in general can be fucked up and corrupt and stuff. And it's interesting. Diego, any level? Okay. Let's do the super world then. I think it's good. I'm interested in seeing where it's going, especially if the idea is like, oh, these superheroes, they fucking suck, and I think the quintessential boys are actually the people who go around and kill the superheroes. Is that right? I mean, that's what season 4 very clearly seems to be, the part of season 4 I accidentally watched seemed to, say. I'll say, by the way, my dad said after, like, I hit next episode is what he said, but a likely story. I don't know if I believe him. This is regular ass 2-2. Except everything's screaming at me. I appreciate the lurk. I texted my family. You know, it was just me and my dad that day, so I texted the group chat. Here's what I said in the group chat. I said, let me just like read exactly what I said. Geez, it's been a bit since then. It turns out scrolling back a week takes a second or two. Wow, it was a while ago. Well, I've done a lot of chatting with the family. Well, I guess there's like a house hunt going on. There's stuff. My sister's baby always has stuff going on with him, I guess. Wow. I you really don't realize how much chatting you do with the family, I guess. I don't know. Here's what I said. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I went an extra week. I think I went an extra week by mistake. Okay. That explains it a bit. Okay, Saturday. Here's Saturday. We watched the first episode of The Boys. Dad then put on the second episode of season 4 as a treat. He wanted to see what happened. It's just great to text the group chat while the person you're texting about is right there, and you can watch them look at the look at the message and go like, "God damn it!" Just react like viscerally to how you have spun it to make them look like an absolute buffoon, and make it a lot more of a thing than it actually was. I think I'll watch more of The Boys. I think we'll watch more of The Boys. That is certainly the plan. And I know there's a lot of it, so whatever. Usually with the folks, I've focused on like rewatching stuff that that we've rewatched before, right? Because we know that we like it, but honestly, kind of running out of things to rewatch at this point, so The Boys is good. There was a hidden blocks around the 3 pipes. Cool, good to know. I didn't quite get to it though. Thank you for the level, Diego. Let me go ahead and hit complete and yipsy daisy. Let me get up the thing where I can actually. There we go. You can now submit another one. Let's get the timer down. Next up is Jerry Jr. I believe that is the YouTube. You can always tell because Twitch doesn't have spaces in it in the names of people. So that'd be YouTube. Let me do another card and see if Jerry's here. Do y'all have an eternal struggle with finding something to put on? I feel like I just have an eternal struggle with finding something to put on. You know, it's always hard to find that next something that I want to watch. You know, I always prefer having something on. You know, whether it's in the background or the foreground, whether it's just something to listen to as I play a video game, or if it's something to focus on fully, and the video game is more the side piece in that situation. I'm always looking for like a YouTube video or a show or a movie, and it's just a constant struggle. The other day, my dad actually texted me. He FaceTimed me, and he was sitting back, and he's saying like, "I cannot think of anything I want to watch. Can I watch another episode of The Boys?" That's good, Rudy. I appreciate it. Teddy Man says same. He wanted to watch another episode of The Boys or Shogun. You have to pick one. Which one can I watch without you? And I said like, I think I want to do the Shogun I think I want to do both of them as like watching with the family, you know, because I think The Boys seems like the next thing to watch, and if there's a lot of it, it makes sense to fit it in with as on like a Saturday. It's easier to watch something and find the time for it if it's also family time, and I'm also, you know, doing family time at the same time in watching it. Whereas like Shogun, you know, I've been to Japan myself, so I think it's interesting to watch, like my dad watch something that's like based in Japanese history, and see him react to, like, Japanese culture stuff. That's kind of low-key interesting. I don't see Jerry yet, so let's do this. Juan, if you just changed your name, if you are Jerry, no, you're like, I don't see your level, Juan. You might want to, submit. Okay, I'm going to, sudden death. Let's go. And, Jerry, you just have to say the word and I'll, give you the lives, okay? You know what to do. And I'll put a timer on instead of the life situation. This actually might have been really easy. Okay, that was really easy.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
I'll say of the boys, one more thought about the boys. The first episode and the second episode sort of give you the impression they're going to be killing a bunch of supers. I will say, having seen randomly, accidentally, a bit of Season 4, I know certain guys are not going to die, so that's, unfortunate. I would have liked to think that maybe they would. Then again, maybe the guys I didn't see are definitely going to die. That'd be a nice thought as well. You have a level like this, but at least a little more challenging. I guess this is a training course. This is a training course. Oh, it's based on the movie. Based on the movie. Oh, okay. Yes, it's very easy to conquer it. You do it without trying even. It's, basic warm-ups, I guess, in retrospect. Just basic warm-up ass shit. Easy to do if you have any experience with platforming. Apparently. Let me, hit complete and bring up the next one. Yeah, I'm always struggling to put on something. With me, personally, I more usually look to just YouTube videos, and I feel like I'm just struggling to find things to watch on YouTube these days. I don't know. Maybe I should listen to more of my podcasts instead when all else fails, and just turn off the TV. And if I want to play something on my Switch, or play the Switch on the TV with a podcast on, and that would work. That would work well. Thank you, Diego. I see your level is in there. Antonio Hunt. Has Antonio Hunt said anything in a minute? Let me scroll up a little bit and see. Not for a minute. Antonio, do say something and you'll be up. You'll be here and I'll do it with the full time of day and all that. How can you get this game on your Nintendo Switch games or Nintendo Wii? What? You pay money. You pay money to Nintendo, either through the eShop or in some sort of used capacity. It's you, the game's guides. You changed your name since the last time you were here. Jam Dragoni. How you doing? That's cool. Seems like on YouTube people change their names a lot. I don't do that as much. I sometimes do it on like a seasonal basis, like for holidays or stuff. And there is one Discord that a lot of people have like House of the Dragon themed names, like based on jokes from the current season. So I have been switching up my username there to be some sort of joke. Like Barbarity's Countenist or something. Like currently it's that. Something like that. I think that's fun to do. Or Lord Jover Tully was another one. You've never changed your name? Usually I stick with this one. Dragone. I say it Dragoni. It's Dragone. Okay. There's Dragon and then a Y. I would read that as Dragony, but okay, Dragone. Gotcha. Since you were 6, the lore of your name has changed, though? Yeah, I came up with this particular name in 2004, so I was 14 at the time. The Nintendo Switch was, like, days away from coming out. Or, Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo DS was days away from coming out. That's the origin of the name. Well, okay, I added a "the" when I got into Doctor Who at the time, because I liked the Master. And it sort of just made a lot of sense to make it more unique, and less likely to run into someone with the exact same name. Antonio Hunt is here. Fantastic. This looks like it'll be the last level in the, outside the lightning round. We are just about out of time, before... Oh, geez. It's this one. Yeah, it's about 8 o'clock, so that was the time I said the lightning round would begin. And, yeah, this is gonna be this is gonna be 12 minutes, isn't it? Let's see what we can do. All right, maybe we can beat it. Haha. It's actually pronounced Dragonay. Oh, you said it right. You thought I said Dragonay. Dragony. Okay. Here's another card, by the way. I saw Deadpool and Wolverine. I mentioned that I had to see Deadpool and Wolverine this week. That's what I ended up doing on, was it Wednesday or Tuesday? I forget, but one of those days I went and saw Wolverine and Deadpool. I didn't really remember the first two movies that well, and kind of thought that there had already been a third one that I didn't see, but I think I did see both of them, and I think this one is better than both previous ones. Not just because it has Deadpool in it, but also because it does a lot more with, like, the... Okay, so you know how Marvel movies, they like to do crossovers, and they like to do that as, like, the big surprise when you go see the movie. I'm not gonna say what specifically they do, but I think this movie has the best crossovers that they've done in a Marvel movie so far. The best, like, as good or better as Multiverse of Madness and that sort of shit. It was very much like Multiverse of Madness, except that the back half of the movie was entirely that stuff, but in a way that's really cool and good, and you like to see it. It's self-referential, it's meta, in the ways that Deadpool is good at. It is the most Deadpool-ass adventure you could imagine. Also, the Wolverine is fun in it. He has some real, like, emotional stuff going on. And also, the third wall breaking humor, the fourth wall breaking humor is all moi. It's delicious, it's good. It's outrageous. And goddamn, I want Deadpool to be in... I'm gonna say this. I want Deadpool to be in Avengers, the next Avengers movies. The ones about Doctor Doom. I want Deadpool to show up. I want him to say, like, "Hey guys, in case you don't know me, in case you didn't see my films, my thing is, I break the fourth wall. Don't worry about it. It's normal. Get used to it, okay? Okay. Yes, I know it's a movie. I know this is a movie. I know the name of the movie. Get used to it." I want him to be very direct and everyone else to just ignore him. I have seen people saying, like, no, you can't have Deadpool breaking the fourth wall in an actual movie. And I think, why not? Why not? He's just a quippy character. He's just a character that quips. Magneto can never be in the MCU? Oh, I think Magneto is gonna be in the MCU. What, because of the World War II history? He's a survivor of World War II. He's actually... It's actually good for him to be in it. I guess at this point, the timeline is too drifted off. It is too far from World War II for that to make sense anymore. But whatever. You can have it be like a time travel thing. I bet you can make it make sense. Iron Man is made of iron, Captain America throws metal. That doesn't mean anything. You can have someone with iron powers despite... That just means he's good against Iron Man. And who is, by the way, dead, it's worth noting. Hey, did anything happen with that one girl, Ironheart? What happened to her? She was in, like, one movie, and then never heard from again. I guess maybe it didn't quite get the reception they were looking for or something. I don't know. Who's the entire metal character? Who's entirely made of metal in Marvel? I mean, there's the X-Men guy who's made of metal, but he's already coexisted with Magneto forever. I want Deadpool in Avengers, and I think it'd be very funny. He's just a character that quips, and it just so happens that his quips break the third wall. They can make some sort of excuse like Vibranium is immune to his abilities. They can say something like that, and then that would give like half the metal-wielding heroes an out. Of like, oh good, no, Vibranium is special. Wait, or... The shield. Can their shield already be, like, magnetically pulled to, like, Captain America or something? Oh, maybe they already screwed up that excuse by making it so it is explicitly magnetic. The metal hammer? You cannot control the metal hammer with your superpower. I'm sorry. The metal hammer is like mythical. It's an exception to the rules. That was pretty close right there. Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine. Fantastic. Phenomenal. Well, I'll say, like, it's... I think I've gotten fonder of it the longer it's been since I saw it. Right? Like, I think I came out of it going, like, it was pretty good. And now I'm like, oh yeah, that was really good. I think it's probably one of the best Marvel movies in, like, a while. Partially because it was willing to make fun of Marvel and Disney. And it turns out making fun of Disney, Fox, all that very explicitly is very funny. I know this is something that's and like a fresh avenue for humor for the Marvel universe. I know that the Simpsons have been doing this shit forever, but it's new to Marvel, making fun of Disney and Fox and saying like, "Oh, look at this guy." Hang on. Small spoilers. Fuck you, Fox, I'm going to Disneyland. That was a good line. My favorite line, I think, was like, Fox killed him, Disney brought him back. He's gonna be doing this until he's 90. They're gonna make him do this until he's 90. Because, yeah, that's true. That's true. It's funny because it's true. Okay. I think Deadpool is probably the best thing they got going right now, and I hope that they... I think they gotta put him in Avengers. Just like Harrison Ford, true. Just like all of their star power, like, geez, without exception, even. Every single Star Wars guy who was in the original ones has come back. I give warning for spoilers for a reason. Don't worry about it. Yeah, just turn off the volumes. That's why I gave the warning. That's why I gave the warning. And had a thing come up on screen that you could see. So you know that it's over. Okay, you know what? One more spoilers. I'll say this. You know what? I'll keep it a little bit vague. I'll say this. I was not fooled by the cameo appearance of blank character. I knew which character he would be playing immediately when I saw him. And honestly, I was recognizing more the outfit than his face. I just figured like, oh yeah, that's where they're going. That's brilliant. And they made such good humor out of it. That's the funniest cameo there's ever been, I think. People in chat are saying it. Yes, yes. And I thought that was all brilliant, too. I thought it was brilliant. I thought the other such cameos... It almost felt like an end of an era type movie in a way that just... Even though I didn't see a lot of the movies these cameos were from, for reasons, I still felt like, oh damn, this is great. This is brilliant. This is inspired. Wow. So cool. That did happen, yeah. Speaking of Marvel, let's do another one of these. So, what button did I press? Okay. Did you hear about Robert Downey Jr. Doom? Did I spell Downey there right? Whatever. Robert Downey Jr. got cast as Dr. Doom, which apparently is something that has happened in the comics before, like an alternate Doom becoming or an alternate Tony Stark becoming a Dr. Doom. Yeah, that's right, he's dead for real. Tony Stark is. So it seems like the gimmick will be that Dr. Doom is from another universe, and it's gonna be the Tony Stark one? I imagine that's what they're doing, or else it doesn't really make sense, does it? I have seen people who are, like, more familiar with Dr. Doom as a character. I'll say I know literally nothing about him. People talking about the comic version of him going like, oh, he's never been gotten right before. Like, the whole thing about him is that he never removes his mask, so literally it doesn't make sense to stunt cast him, because if you're true to his character, he really shouldn't reveal his identity or give like a heartfelt speech. He should be in the Goofy costume and the Goofy mask the whole time. Which, yeah, I don't know if they're gonna do that. They just paid $200 million for the guy. It's probably going to be that alternate reality story. The alternate Tony Stark turned evil story that they're gonna tell. Which, I don't know. Sure, that could be fine. I think that getting him back was the ripcord that they could pull. They know things have not been going well lately, and they know that getting Iron Man, the actor that played Iron Man, back would be big bank, would be big bucks, would be profitable, and that's what they did. Timer's up. Five tries left. You beat this level at some point, but you don't quite remember. That's... Oh, fuck! I forgot the key! Well, that was a waste of a life. Me, I've never beaten it. No, it's really fucking hard. You can tell by the way that I'm dying repeatedly and not getting through it. Really goes without saying. You're playing Smash Bros. Ultimate? A great game. Fantastic game. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Amadurger? Amadurger. Thank you. I lost the power up there, so it wasn't worth paying attention. I lost cause. I don't know. I'll say I'm still watching the Marvel movies. I'm still enjoying some of them sometimes. I bet there's good ones coming up. I bet Fantastic Four, whatever they do with X-Men from here, will probably be pretty good. I have faith that those things, just by sheer brand recognition value, and also that the fact that they are cool, just... They're things I know already, right? I know X-Men. I know Fantastic Four. I can't imagine that they would be boring to me. But we'll see who they cast and how that ends up... Fuck. Maybe we need to go over there. Oh, that was the last life, by the way. Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you for the level, Antonio. We couldn't do it quite now. I do know there's a second half. I've seen it. I've like I've gotten damaged and gone through the pipe and seen like, oh, you ride a bullet bill, and to do that you need to be Mario 2. So yeah, there you go. I think you're making a level jam. That's great. I think that I think it might be easier though. The second half might be easier than the first half. I'm dismissing the level. Corna Diaz is up next. Corna Diaz. Go ahead and confirm. And also, hey, folks. Corna Diaz, please confirm. Folks, do you know what time it is? There's Corn. Do you know what time it is? It's time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 times refreshing at checkpoints, 7 for subs, and also for the first level of the night whose submitter is there. The extra heads, the extra 2 heads come in a variety of forms that are randomized. So we'll see which one you get. You see there's a bunch of Mario ones, as well as some non-Mario ones mixed in. Those ones are more rare. Let me bring up the thing. You're not going anywhere in the level. We'll see. We'll see, Death Gamer. I tried to do regular style for the first, like, couple hours of the stream. Horn's here, so the thing is the thing. Sudden death still applies also, by the way. So if you're not here, it's 2 tries rather than 5. Refreshing at checkpoints. They still refresh, either way. I'll say I did forget about the extra heads last time. I got a new sub that night, and one viewer did have a level in there. Should have had the extra heads for that, but it didn't make a difference, so it was probably fine. I'll try to remember next time that happens. I will say, I have given thought to reworking the heads and making them more of like a different gimmick and making a subscription perk out of something else. Specifically, I have been thinking like it'd be, with the amount that the queue gets backed up. I remember you from high school. That's nice, Nathaniel B. Like, Plano area then? That's great. I think I remember a Nathan or two. It's been a while. It's been a long while. That's a G, not a C. What was I saying? I've been given thought to, like, reworking that system and making it instead so, like, oh, what if the sub perk, the subscriber perk, not Super World? Okay, you got it. What if the subscriber perk was, like, skip the queue, sudden death style, like, you get 2 lives, I get 2 lives, and you skip the queue, you get like, instant play, instant access, or something. Or maybe with a 5-minute timer as well to account for, like, getting over it style levels. And I think that'd be a fair incentive that didn't hurt people waiting too much. And also having the extra lives as, like, a perk based around, like, okay, if there's a level involving frog suits, we'll get extra heads, right? Like, maybe every stream, I make up some sort of condition, and if we see the condition is met, I add the extra lives. That is something I'm considering. Not pulling the trigger on that yet, but certainly an idea that I have in my head. I know. Remember me? I don't remember your last name, no. I'll have to look up on, like, Facebook or something. I feel like back in high school, the way that people kept in touch. Back in high school, and this should tell you how long ago this was. Back in high school, the way that people kept in touch was Facebook. Twitter didn't exist yet. Or, at any rate, it had only just popped into being, like, months before graduation. Play ball bounce, you got it. You used MySpace? I did as well, yes. God, MySpace. I took a hit and now we're soft locked, so I have to start over. Yeah, MySpace was a whole thing, huh? You probably remember I was a, you know, a class clown, as you call it. Yes, I was a outrageous individual. I remember a lot of stuff from high school. I remember, should I just, like, tell high school stories randomly? That was not the plan. I have a lot of things that I want to talk about tonight. High school was not on my agenda. I remember, like, I'm gonna assume, by the way, like, Plano East, all that? Plano East, right? Not like the other high schools. I was in Allen for a year, don't ask. There was some moving stuff that was involved with that. Plano East, yeah, okay. I remember, like, of course I was always interrupting. I had a real thing for authority, you understand. I was a rapscallion as far as, like, not listening to authority figures or respecting them in any way, shape, or form. I remember, like, laying on desks when it's not really appropriate or normal to do so. I thought it was funny to just, like, you know, in chem labs, right? They have, like, the big, long desks that are just, like, 2 across, right? It's not like a single seating. It's like a 2 across, and I would get on top of those, and I would just basically be like Deadpool. You know, like in some of the Deadpool movies where he's just, like, going like this all sexually? Yeah, I did that in, or I just like slept, like napped, laid back style on the tables, and I thought that was a funny gimmick for, like, I probably did that like once or twice or 3 times or 4 times. It probably wasn't like a whole entire school year type thing. It was probably like a once or twice, and then come on, next thing. I was in the gifted program, you know, the AP side of things. I was very smart. I was a very smart lad. I had did the AP testing, the SATs. The SATs, right? I did not study for them. I've never been one much for preparation in that sense. Well, you know, look. Sometimes I don't give a fuck about things, and I just was like, I wing it. I got an 800. I got the math score, perfect score on the math side. And didn't do... I got like 600 on the 2 literary side, so that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I got a fucking medal, and I didn't even study. Yeah. I think you remember me too? That's fun. Hey, I've been low-key wondering, like, if the YouTube channel grows to a point where, like, people were to recognize me from other places. With the size of my office now, I literally do low-key worry, like, am I gonna be like, you know, well, I'll say, you know, I'm small. I have less than, coming up on 700 on Twitch, and, coming up on 300 on YouTube. Even if those aren't mostly the same people, that's like 1,000 total. Like, that's not gonna be like, that's not gonna be a big thing, right? That's not gonna be a thing, but, you know, it has happened. Coincidences do happen. I have, apparently my ma was randomly recommended the channel during a Mario Maker livestream once, and she, you know, it wasn't even a thing. It wasn't even like, oh, she went out looking for my content, and I'm like, no, YouTube just suggested it, and she was like, oh, what's that? Oh, it's my son! How about that? She had heard beforehand, I'll say. She knew that I've been streaming the last few years. But, you know, it's just weird and all. Coincidences do happen. I'll say, there are things about high school, as I'm sure there are for most people, where, you know, you look back and you go like, ah, that was a bit cringe, or, yeah, we really didn't understand, like, sexuality back in the, yes, I've read the name Toad Testicle Taster earlier, yes. We really didn't understand sexuality back in the aughts. Like, yeah, I've definitely realized the best practices as far as, like, political leanings and such, like, when I, became an adult. I remember there was, like, some assignment for, like, middle school government class where the assignment was, like, go watch the presidential debates. This must have been, like, 2004, Bush versus Kerry. And I was just like, I don't know. Bush seemed like he was making sense. And like, you know, like, ooh, I wouldn't endorse that. The correct answer was clearly to say, yeah, it's Kerry. Kerry is good and morally right. That was probably the correct answer, even amongst 14-year-olds. But, you know, I really wasn't thinking about that sort of stuff back when I was, 14, you know? Also, I couldn't find a piece of paper to write on that time. I remember this vividly. I didn't, I don't remember that, Nathan. You spilled water and Michael slipped and died? Don't remember that. No. I don't think I know anyone who died other than relatives. That's sad if people I forgot have died. I couldn't find paper, so I did the notes for the debate on paper plates, and I brought the paper plates in. That was ridiculous. That was a silly thing to do. High school is a time where you do stuff that, you regret later, and you go like, oh wow, no, ooh. That was, awkward. That, ooh. How the fuck do you get this shot? I guess the key might be to, like, trace. To, like, trace back where... That looks like it's nearly it. Chaos. This is some chaos theory ass shit, like a millimeter in one direction and the ball just bounces a completely different path. Our time limit is about up. We, I'll say, by the way, in the case of a timeout, it counts for multiple lives, equivalent to, 1 for every 100 seconds. Since we do have the bonus heads in this case, that would not take us down to 0, but it would leave us to 1 life left. That's cool, Nathaniel. Nathan? I remember Nathan. Don't remember the last name, though. I wonder if that was you. You have a good one. Peace. Where did you get that rule? Oh, when you do viewer levels for years and years and years and years and years and have this, I say years and years, you know, like a couple years here. When you do viewer levels and you have the same setup forever, eventually it just becomes like, you run into getting over it style levels, and you need to either accept that some levels will take an hour, or you need to make a rule, and I've made a rule. That rule's been there for like over a year now, so very, very soon after the inception of the lightning round. Hey Yoshi Footlicker, what's up? Very soon after the inception of the lightning round was this rule invented. It's been in place for a while. I worry with this level that there might be more after this room. Maybe if we had finished this room, we would not be done. We still would have more to do. Hey, hang on. There's like these statues here. You don't think I'm supposed to stand where these statues are and maybe like do a jump? I think I might have cracked the code here. This might be No, no. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. You're adding your own name? Yoshi Footlicker, you're supposed to add a code. I don't know how I'm gonna do Yoshi Footlicker as a level, because that's not a code. That's very nice, Toad Testicle Licker. That's great. I'm not gonna say what you just said. That would be too blue. I know I talked about fucking couches, like, for 5 hours last week, but there's a limit. I did mention unloading on a therapist's couch last week. That is pretty explicitly a cum joke, I know. But, hear me out here. It's still... If it's a joke, that's one thing. It's one thing when it's a joke. And it's a haha and we all laugh. Weird if if there's like no joke attached. Okay? How about a card? I got these cards. There's no way those names aren't alts. It's possible. You know what? I'll say I have no... It's the struggle with, like, viewer levels in general. And just, you know... At all, right? Is that I cannot know who is the same person who is not, right? Like, it's impossible to tell, unless they make it obvious, in which case, I gotta take action. But, they could just be friends. Or they could just be... They could be friends, they could be this, they could be that. Where did the Nathaniel B go? Said he had to leave. I'll say if like two people are submitting the same maker code, the same maker, that I feel like is suspicious, but if you have like two alts and you use them to submit levels from two different maker codes, like that is commitment to the bit where it's indiscernible from it's indiscernible from being two people. Like there's literally no way to tell at that point. Ah! A checkpoint refreshes our doodads. We should probably die to refresh our timer. Beautiful. I'll take a life off for that. You know what? A timer reset doesn't really count towards towards that. How about I do another card? We'll talk about something that I have planned here. Did you hear about the Disneyland raise? That's right, I have an image here, in case you didn't hear. 14,000 Disneyland workers just run a 31% raise after threatening to strike. Huge, huge deal. They're getting like $6 an hour more on average. Minimum pay is 24 hours per year. Threats work. Good shit, love to see it. Quite obviously, Disneyland is in a very expensive part of the world. I think it only makes sense for it to have a accordingly high salary. You know, like, goddamn, can you imagine? Like, how could you live in an area that expensive without a commensurate salary? It doesn't make sense. Really, very happy to hear it. That is some good piece of Disney news for this Disney block. You might have... I organized these cards in such a way, you know, where the Deadpool is followed by the Tony Stark, Doom news is followed by the Disneyland news. I like theme parks, also. And I'm happy to hear that they are going to be compensated well for their labors. Toad Testicle Taster, let me just say, by the way, if you're just adding using the add command repeatedly, that doesn't actually replace levels. Only replace can replace a level. Okay? So if you want your silly joke to work, you're probably gonna want to use a different command for that. How the hell do you get into there? Like, it almost looks like we need to get past... It looks like we need to get to the seal... I wish I could make a hand appear on screen. I once had that option, but I don't have that. And there we go. That's it. Just a matter of standing at precisely the right spot. Good. I have enough to get that key, so let's just see what this bonus is. But we got this. Good shit, y'all. We need to hit the block there. There we go. Probably a key in here. Key door. Now what's this? Why is killing this guy a reward unto itself? It made a fart noise. Okay. Sure. Did you hear the fart? I couldn't hear the fart. I found the hidden pig. Correct. I couldn't hear the fart. Did you hear the fart? You hide a hidden pig on every level? That's a fun gimmick. I mean, in that case, you just had to get the right coins, and you know, you get it by default. I assume in some case it's like hidden in a hidden door rather than a key door. Thank you for the level corn. That was solid. Let me hit complete and bring up the next level. Sunflora Azu Maril. You are up. Go ahead and confirm. Sunflora. Hey, there you go. Perfect. And let me get those bonus heads down. We're now to the point where we're doing them normal style. By the way, when I say sub, I mean like a Twitch sub, which is like the equivalent of a YouTube membership, which I currently don't have access to. I think I need my channel to be like, something like 4 times as large as it is now to get access to memberships, and then like maybe 40 times the size it is now to get access to ad revenue. You know, growing day by day, growing stronger. Growing stronger. Here's another card. Top 10 Disney songs, go. Was thinking about this week for some reason. Disney songs came up. I saw a tweet. You know what it was? I saw a tweet that was like ranking all the Disney songs. And I saw that tweet and said like, oh no, that's not right. Here's what I think the top 5 are. Okay. I really love from the Jungle Book. I Want to Be Like You. I love that song. I think that is a fun song. It has great animation. I love the orangutan and how he wants fire. That's just great. Let's see now. I think that I like Be Prepared a lot. I think that's my favorite Lion King song. I think Lion King has to be on the list. Be a Man. Be a Man is just classic, I think. And I love Be a Man as well. That's definitely on there. If Pixar counts, I'm going to say Remember Me. And I think I like the song from Moana about the navigators. We are navigators or something. I think other than that, I think like no modern day Disney song other than Moana, and if you count Pixar really would make my list, but... And I would say, relatively, I think that, I say let this question go if you get the joke. How do you mean? I think that Frozen is a little overrated. And I definitely think that, some of the other songs from recent movies, like, The one set in Mexico and Kanto, all those are really overrated to me. I don't know. Maybe just because those came out when I was an adult, they mean a whole lot less to me than they do to younger people. But, still, you know, they just don't have the same to me as the same impact as, like, any number of, like, classic songs, you know? You're welcome, Corn. You're gonna go get dinner? Have a good one. What else should be on the list? Apparently, as a baby, my family, we watched some Disney songs with my sister recently because, you know, she recently got a kid, and there's spikes down there. This is a cool level, a downward auto-scroll level. You don't see many levels like this these days. That is worth noting, and also worth noting because I have been talking about maybe making a level like this be my next one, so this is probably one I should pay attention to a little bit. Anyway, what I was saying is that, what my parents were telling me is that as a baby, I really liked, the sing-along song that I fell asleep to was, Cowboy Needs a Horse, apparently. That was my favorite Disney song as a 1-year-old, apparently. Yes, you can swear. Go ahead. Fuck, fuck, fuck. People are saying things way dirtier than fuck in the chat today, let me tell you. Just don't, do slurs and stuff. No slurs. That's the line. No slurs, no, like, That's not good. We just died. Let It Go is a perfectly fine song, I just don't have an attachment to it, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the most emotional song in the world to me. I don't feel that much when I hear it. I guess we shouldn't be, like, jumping before we can see... Jumping and assuming there's a platform below us. That's unwise. What is one of the best songs, in your opinion, as far as Disney goes? Like I said, I would probably put... I think I'll put Be Prepared over, Jungle Book's, I Wanna Be Like You. But those two are probably the top two. I think Moana and, Moana Be a Man. Moana Navigator Song and Be a Man are, like, 3 and 4, maybe? If Coco's Remember Me counts, then that is definitely... Honestly, I think Remember Me might be number 1, honestly. In general. I made that mistake again. Oh, a favorite song overall is really hard. Do you know how many songs there are? There's kind of a lot. There's like dozens. There's like hundreds. I have like 500 individual anime OPs on my phone right now. And is my favorite song an anime OP? I don't know. I will say, listening to some Disney songs and trying to figure out my favorites, and thinking about Let It Go, I was just thinking the other day, like, man, I feel like this random OP from this fucking season kinda kicks the shit out of Let It Go, if I were directly comparing the two. Maybe that's just a preference thing. I guess I like music when it's in Japanese more, for some odd reason. Also, when it's a minute and a half long, that helps a lot as well. That means you can listen to it, and then hey, here's another one. You don't have to listen to it for like 4.5 minutes. I like that. It's, faster pace. Did we just get a checkpoint? Rabbit hole or ad infinitum? Yes, we did. That refreshes our things. I really like Cinderella, the OP of the first season of Comey Can't Communicate. That one's really good. That one is probably like the most sing-alongable song the song I would most like to sing along to of all music. I think that there's a couple other OPs that are probably more beautiful. Like, the Iron-Blooded Orphans first ED. I don't know the name of that one. Coco, Remember Me is probably up there. Honestly, that is just a very emotional song to me. There's gotta be some video game music up there as well. Like, what's my favorite video game music song? Is it like something from DKC2? Something from Banjo? I really don't know. There's so many different kinds of songs as well. You Got a Friend of Me is pretty good. Kingdom Hearts? Kingdom Hearts is pretty good. I like, this is a sort of obscure one. I know I'm talking about anime OPs here, but I think the song, You and I from The Great Passage, the ED of The Great Passage is beautiful. A lot of shows that I really... The ED from, 100 Girlfriends. That's a bop. I remember when I was in Disney World last year, when I was just, like, waiting in line, I would just play that and repeat, like, over and over again. It had just... It was brand new at the time. It was like, you know... It was like the first week of October. That show had just come on the air. I literally watched it for the first episode while in Orlando. It came on, I guess it came on like that weekend while I was in Orlando. Yeah, so I hadn't seen it when I was in. That was like day 2 of that OP, and yeah, I just pulled it up on YouTube and watched it over and over again. Hello, Tatum the Cat King. Undertale goes hard. Oh yeah, fucking Undertale. That's a good one. That has so many great tunes. Thank you for the level, Sunflora Azumarill. I feel like we have 4 Disney songs that I listed. What's like a 4th non-Pixar Disney song? What's a good one? Aladdin, Brand New World, maybe? I don't know. That one's pretty good. Well, hit me with some other Disney songs. Let's see if we can do better than Brave New World. Part of Your World is... That's Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid's pretty good, too. Little Mermaid had some absolute bangers, yeah. Your favorite Disney show is Santa Paws? Never heard of it. Thank you for the level. Unfortunately, we couldn't finish it. Such as the lightning round. I'm hitting miss. I asked my cousin. She said, she like lives real close to the Disney parks and often listens to the Disney songs. In the same way that I listen to anime OP while I'm driving along, she listens to Disney stuff, which, you know, gets her in the mood for going to the theme parks. She's in Orlando. She said, Be a Man, #1, Colors of the Wind. Oh yeah, that one's pretty good too. Like Pocahontas song. You Got a Friend in Me. If Disney count, if Pixar counts, that's good. It's a good one. Poor Unfortunate Souls. That's like the... Is Poor Unfortunate Souls the Little Mermaid song that Umbriel sings? And God Help the Outcast. And when I reminded her of Don't Remember Me, she said, oh, right, yeah, that one definitely makes the list. Right, yeah. You didn't like the Pocahontas movie? Yeah, it's, I don't know that it aged super well. As we, think more and more about, you know, political correctness and not being, racist or weird about the past or whatever. There's things about that movie that you look at as an adult and go like, oh yeah, this takes on a different flavor when you know the history a little bit. Mr. Coco is up next, I think. Did I hit, I did dismiss the last one, right? Yes, Mr. Coco, go ahead and confirm. I don't think Mr. Coco has said anything in a minute. Oh, there you are, Mr. Coco. Perfect. I have a lot of cards tonight, but let me continue down this musical track for a second more. I should probably talk about, like, favorite traditional, regular-ass Western music. Dear Lord, what is my favorite song as far as regular-ass tunes go? I wonder if I can look on my iPhone. Will it show me, like, most viewed or something? Most played? I can hit favorites, which, to be fair, I don't usually mark things as favorites. Case in point, the only video game music here under favorites is Rumbling Highway for Mission Street, which, that's not my favorite Sonic Adventure 2 song. That's okay. And Beneath the Mask, Persona 5, which, oh yeah, Persona 5 has some really good music as well. I can't say I'm that big into Vocaloid songs, though I have listened to a few of them that I've really liked, but most of those have been years ago. I don't have them on my phone, and I've completely forgotten the names of the artists and the songs, yeah. I don't think they would make the top 5 of songs ever. I have here, okay, I'll say, I should probably say, like, what I have here for, like, best songs. There's not that many of them. Here's what I have marked on iTunes as favorites. I have marked Beneath the Mask, Persona 5, I Can't Help It, by Andy Gibb, I Want You Back, Jackson 5, Midnight Superstar, by one of the K-On! Character albums, Osha Berry To Mug Cup, which I think is a random bit of soundtrack from Laid Back Camp? Not even an OP? Okay. Guess that's one of the themes, one of the main themes of that. Pure Pure Heart by Hokugo Tea Time. Again, K-On! Rumblin' Highway for Mission Street. Sonic Adventure 2. Shiawase Bayori, another K-On! Character album thing. Solo Camp no Susume, more soundtrack stuff from Laid Back Camp. Sunday Siesta, another K-On! Character album song. And Yakuro no Jikan and Euro Camp no Theme, which are both, from the Laid Back Camp soundtrack. I don't know how those all got marked as favorites. That's bizarre. That's definitely not the real list. I just don't use the favorites feature in iTunes, ever. Shout out to Kasoku Band from, thank you for the YouTube sub, and thank you for the Twitch follow, Tatum and whoever that was. Just sorry, I didn't catch the name there. I would say shout out to Kesako Band. I think that from Bocchi the Rock, a lot of the Bocchi the Rock songs are gotta be up there as far as best music. I think best songs. You're a nice streamer. You're chill. I appreciate it. I would like to try your level, David. That's right. Yeah, Willy Wonka song. Willy Wonka does have some good music. I haven't seen the new Willy Wonka, so I can't speak to that, but, you know, the original songs are good for, like, songs sung by Oompa Loompas. I like the song from Futurama that goes like, jump kitty, darm guards. You know, the parody of that, I think that song's really good. Are there really good Futurama songs? I like Futurama. Taylor Swift, I like that album from 10 years ago with the White Album or whatever. Is this the level? Yes. Here we go. I like that album. There's probably something... I could probably say something, like, really mainstream if I wanted. Like, oh yeah, I like that song, what was it called? Name a song from, what the hell is... I'm confused. What was I supposed to do? Thank you for the Twitch follow. LG. I can't read all those letters. They're so small on my preview monitor. Oh, I go up from here. Okay. I wonder if I need to go faster to keep that power up. Let's, okay, no, it's cool. It's good. There's so many songs out there. Boxing match and void. I don't know that one. I'll say I'm not really like the biggest like contemporary music person. I feel like I haven't listened to a new song in 10 years. The last album I got that was like not an anime OP, you know, an anime opening song, was follow what I'm supposed to do here, but maybe it'll make sense in time. The last one that I watched that was not a anime OP was Charlie X something. Charlie X, whatever. She had like a pop album like 10 years ago. That album was pretty good. I enjoyed the songs on that. You're not gonna chat until you hear that you need to? That's fine too. Thank you for the level, Mr. Coco. That was the great little, you know, what would you call that? Like a speedrun? Speedrun level. Sure, that works. Yeah, speedrun type level. Not too hard. Very manageable. I hit complete. And bring up the next one. Dragon XL. Hey, there you are. Perfect. You're already here. Let me look. Let me see here. Can I see? God, can I scroll through? I need to look in iTunes and see like what my top song, most played song is. One second. Let me go to the PC. I want to answer this question. What is on iTunes my most played song? I don't have my remote, so I can't just do it from the couch. I would be able to do it from the couch if I didn't have my remote. Big Shots from Deltarune. Yeah, that's a good one. How the fuck? I removed all around all my hotkeys, so give me a second. Here we go. Oh, right. Oh, right, I just remembered. There's no, like, chroma key exclusion zone, so you will always see through my chest while I'm on the PC cam if I'm wearing green. That's on me for wearing green. Let me open iTunes. Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I am not going to sign into the iTunes store right now. That's fine. Okay, I'm looking at all songs. I'm sorting by plays. Okay. Okay, here's officially on iTunes what are my most played songs. Peace Sign, the OP from My Hero Academia Season 2. Yeah, that's a banger. Cinderella, OP from first season of Komi Can't Communicate. Yes, also, mention that as well. Orphans no Namida, the first OP of Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. Yes, that's a banger too. Update from My Hero Academia, random ED from in the middle of there. Scorching Ping Pong Girls, Scorching Switch, the OP from Scorching Ping Pong Girls. Lost Princess, the OP of Princess Connect Redive. The Day, My Hero Academia, Sun is Coming Up, Laid Back Camp from the movie. Kimiro Signal from Saikano. Squid Girls, Shiraku no Susume? What is that doing in the top 10? That's odd. I wonder at a certain point if this is just how much I randomly play the playlist and just down to luck which ones float to the top. Mm. Hikari Are, Haikyuu OP, Yamada and the Seven Witches, Kuchi Kuze Diamond, The Girls Are Alright, A Place Farther Than the Universe, Odd Future and Long Hope Philelia from My Hero Academia. Let me just look down and see, like, what's the first non-anime OP in this list here. And also non-video game, let's say. There's the Hibike Euphonium orchestra piece from Sound Euphonium. That's also anime. Walk Like an Egyptian is number 1. That's probably because of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's probably because of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, isn't it? God damn it. Okay, what's the second most played? That's not an anime OP. I'm scrolling. Oh, geez, it's pretty far down. Emotion, Gimme Love by Carly Rae Jepsen. Okay, that's a pretty good one. What's right after it? Okay, what's number 3? The Rocky Story, Gonna Fly Now. Ooh, that's probably like the best theme from a movie. Gotta Fly Now. Ooh. Yeah, the Rocky soundtrack is just full of winners. As far as video game music goes, Shadow World from Persona 4, the golden original soundtrack, seems to be number 1. Okay. I don't know that would be my absolute favorite, but Persona is full of bangers. Shake It Off is the next non-anime OP to be on the list. Oh, wait, these are all tied for 37. So Shake It Off is tied with King Explosion Murder, the soundtrack from My Hero Academia 2, and also tied with... Oh, no, it's not tied with anything further. And then there's I Can't Help It at 34 plays. I reckon it must be underestimating at some point. Some of these don't have enough listen counts here. Okay, here's some non-anime OPs. Homeward Bound, Simon and Garfunkel. Here is Musha Boom from the 500 Days of Summer soundtrack. And yeah, that's a bunch of stuff. Some more Rocky Story stuff. Emotion from Emotion. That's a good song. Uncle Albert / Admiral Halsey is the highest, like, from Wings Greatest. I don't know about that. I don't know if I can rubber stamp these, like, listen counts as being, like, representative, honestly, because I do really like Wings. The Wings, the stuff I've listened to in Wings Greatest is good. I like that song. I like a bunch of the songs on there, actually. I can't just name one. I don't know if Uncle Halbert is like the top one, honestly. Ride Buster? The World's Revolting is the best Deltarune song. I like, what's it called? Hopes and Dreams. The Hopes and Dreams in Deltarune. I like that one a lot. That one's fucking great. Blank Space is there. Boots of Chinese Plastic. Your Type. Underdogs by Liz featuring Rich Rap. Starting to get into some stuff from like the Saints Row the 4th album soundtrack. And Guardians of the Galaxy Escape the Pinion Canonicon. Guardians of the Galaxy, I thought, as far as like movie soundtracks go, Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay, here's something I'll say, and I don't think this has come up in like the view count sorting yet. So this is just me saying off the dome. I think as far as the movies go, with the best soundtracks, I think Goodfellas and Guardians of the Galaxy. I think those two movies have two of the best soundtracks out there. Just fantastic fucking stuff. You can't go wrong with a song from either of those movies. That said, I did actually try to listen to just the soundtrack from Goodfellas, and then I realized, like, oh, mixed in with, like, the half dozen songs that I love, is, like, a bunch of songs that I completely forget are in the movie. Guardians of the Galaxy as an album is, like, more likely. I guess another thing I could look at is, like, if I go to YouTube and sort by, like, if I go to YouTube and click on music, what's gonna appear? Okay. The opening song for, or the closing song for Rascal, Does Not Dream. That makes sense. I love that song. Every Sperm is Sacred by Monty Python's The Meaning of Life. Yeah, that's a good song. Smoke Weed Every Day at Your Juness. That's a funny thing. The Roachport medley from Thousand Year Door. Austin Powers Shadow Law. I don't know what that is. Midnight Brown, President of the Mall. Odd choice, but okay. Marty Robbins, Big Iron. That's a good song. Yeah, if I'm thinking about Fallout, I like that song. Some Kesoku Band. The song from My Dear Friend Nokotan. That opening. Yes, that's a very good opening. Weight of the World from Nier Automata. Ooh, that song's great. Yoku Taida and the Village, Yoku's Island Express. Great song. Sonic Adventure 2 soundtrack, Persona 3 soundtrack. Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack. There's a lot of stuff here. That's enough thinking about music. I think we have illustrated that there are so many musics, so many songs. I can't pick one. I don't think I can pick one. And we have spent like 10 minutes looking at songs in a way that you can't follow as a result. Let me head back to my couch and we'll play the level and we'll talk about normal stuff. Oh, thank you for the like, Josh. I think now the VOD of this has to be named like, do you know how many songs there are? Do you know how much music there is? Or something like that. That's a good name for a VOD, and we have now talked about music enough to justify that name. We can stop talking about it, and it'll be fine, it'll be good. That's whew. That's a conversation and a half, isn't it? Music. Oh, did you want something specific, Dragon? I'm sorry. With all that musical tangent. Oh, I can try 1-2 or 1-1. Okay, let me do that for you. Yeah, sorry about all the, you know, delay. I've done 1-1, let's try 1-2. Perfect. Beautiful. I appreciate the like. I appreciate the likes on all the videos, on the live streams, on the VODs that I post after the live streams go down, and on the YouTube shorts. All those likes make me feel good. And give me the happy brain emotion. I appreciate them bigly. I am, you know, I'll say this, hey, I'm still at the size of channel where every single like gives me a happy brain feeling. You know what I mean? Like, I see 1 come in, I'm like, ooh, nice, good. I see 10 come in, I'm like, on like a YouTube short or something, or a live stream. The VODs don't do that sort of numbers, admittedly. I see 10 go on, I'm like, god damn, that's a lot. I see 20 come in, it's like, woo, it's cooking. That's good. It's a short that has won the algorithm today, I guess. Good. Hopefully, you know, I'll say I try to avoid looking at the on the like the websites, the YouTube dashboard, because you can see the dislikes there, and that's, you know, if it shows a short to like 2,000 people, probably a few of them do dislike, in addition to the like couple of like likes as that go with it, and that does stress me out to see a dislike, but I don't know. I know it's just part of things today, but still stresses me the fuck out and makes me sad. If likes make me happy, dislikes make me sad. Feel like that's true with everyone. There's probably not a single person who gets off on dislikes. That's, you know what? It's a big world. Apparently even dislikes help you in the algorithm. They don't help me in my brain, though. And I care more about my brain than I care about the algorithm, let me tell you, though. You know, hey, if you want to help the algorithm, please, by all means, I love that. But I also want to help my brain. And make that feel good. Try Death Gamer, you are up. Try Death Gamer has been pretty active here. Go ahead and confirm. Let me scroll. Try Death Gamer just chatted. Okay, perfect. Okay. And I'll do another card. I played the Rivals 2 Beta 3, the third beta of Rivals 2. I wanted to follow up on this. I mentioned that I'd be playing a little bit of that last weekend. It was a beta that was from like last Friday to last Monday, and I did go in. I did try the new character. I think that Orcane, they did a really great job with. Orcane plays great. I really like playing Orcane. It is a little awkward that there's now moves that happen when you get onto a ledge. We'll see what we can do. Try Death Gamer. There are now moves where you go onto a ledge and you do your special button to do an attack from there. And since Orcane usually teleports to Orcane's puddle, it's not that often that you get onto the ledge and get the opportunity to do that thing, but it's still fun. I'll say they added matchmaking, but I still mostly got people who were really sweatier than I can handle. I mostly got my ass handed to me, though I did win a couple games, and at the end, right before the last match of Rivals 2 that I did, before the beta ended, I managed to get someone... I managed to get someone matched up with someone who was just about at my level, so I had a good, like, set of 3 with them. I had 3 sets, so, you know, best of 3 times. And I was able to just clinch it out. Like, I won the first set, I won the second set, and then on the third set, it literally came down to the last life, the last stock on the last match. It was goddamn close, but I managed to pull it off and win 2 out of 3 of the best of 3s. And that made me feel good. I like to do that. Maybe that game, you know, which is a sequel to a 2D game, sort of remade in 3D. Maybe as I get more used to it and get accustomed to like how it handles. That's not right. That's not right. We have to do the thing. If you don't like and subscribe, according to Jam, you're gonna fell something gooey at your feet when you walk out of your house. That's a weird thing to say, but sure. I'll also say, by the way, a checkpoint would refresh our tries, so let's hope. Let's hope. You never walk out of your house? Fuck! I was distracted and then I didn't move forward. Such is life, huh? Too high jump. Oh yeah, you might have been right about this not lasting very long. But also, I don't know. I was gonna say this doesn't seem that bad, but just short of it, just shy. Jeez, we have 17 in the queue right now. God damn, that's a lot. I'll say I do have a lot of cards tonight, so I do have things to discuss. I don't get the sus joke. I never got into Among Us. No, so I can't really speak to that humor other than stuff I got through osmosis, if that's the joke. Thank you for the level. Crap. Oh, hey. Wait a minute. Sapphire Jack Aquamaster, you pulled this last week, and it was weird then. Were you really streaming, or was that just you going into the thing? I want to make it so that you can raid with one, because, you know, sometimes that's how it happens at the end of a stream. But if you're gonna do that every stream, even without streaming yourself, which I don't know if you do, or like repeatedly do it and jam up my activity feed, I'm gonna have to make it so that two are required, and you know, it is what it is. Jessica, it's your turn, by the way. You entered with a bang. That you did. I want to make sure, like, I mean, I think it's okay for someone to raid with one viewer if they actually did a fucking stream. Like, that is, I think, in the streamer's handbook. Hey, Jessica, perfect. That's in the streamer's handbook. It's okay. But if you didn't even do a stream, that's stealing valor. That's stealing valor right there. That you've stolen valor. Sapphire Jack Aquamaster. God. Let's do this. Bald Rookie versus Rookie the First. Okay, this is one of those story ones, I'm guessing. Your position will take forever. Jesus, I know, right? The queue gets pretty backed up. This recently. I am Harry Rookie. You is suck. I died. I must get revenge for that. Hello, I am here to destroy your house. Please, we've been here at this for literal hours. Rook the Third, please. Don't want to orange juice while you say, go white, go, go anymore. What? You would be streaming, but your streaming software doesn't work? You're stealing valor. That's valor stealing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. You have stolen valor. I don't want orange justice while you say, go white bow go anymore. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means? Ah, help, no. I'm disintegrating. This sucks. I will destroy Rookie the First in the steads. In the steeds. Nice is of nice for chilling. Day is of nice for chilling. Didn't work, doesn't make sense either way. Rookie the First, prepared to do the dies. Nuh-uh. Not this time. Rookie the First, behold my stand. Hagata. Oh, this is like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure situation. Hagata will destroy the world. I also have a stand. Soda from fridge. Let's fight. Soda spray. Sprays the guy. Soda from fridge is dead. This is sad. You will now die. Nuh-uh. You'll go to sleep during your level? That's fine. But that is unfairs. Womp womp. That's correct, yes. Is OD dead now? OD? So sad. Ooga booga. I is alive and is good and of goods now. Yoy! I is like cheese. Closets. Closets. Okay. Thank you for the level. That, I guess that was a fight with Soda? I don't quite get it, but, oh, you do you. More power to you. Robbie Angel is up next. Robbie Angel is already confirmed. Fantastic. Here's another card. Did you see Jonathan Blow's Vexations? Parentheses, Braid remake, sell bad. Did you see this crap? Jonathan Blow's going around complaining on Twitter and on like streams and stuff about how his like Braid remastered, Braid anniversary edition, celebrating the 16th anniversary of the game, I guess. Didn't sell very well. Who knew? A game from 16 years ago that doesn't need a remake, because it's perfectly good already, with quote-unquote 16 hours of commentary, which, if you think that sounds appealing, you don't know John Blow. That's kind of no surprise that didn't do very well at all. Dude is kind of pretentious, and I really enjoyed this week, thinking about that dude and also looking at, some very funny jokes and stuff from people talking about it and making fun of John Blow. In particular, bringing up, like, this moment here from the indie game The Movie, where it's just John Blow in a dark room just being all sad and shit, being like a sad sack, thinking about Soulja Boy doing a video about Braid, going like, what the fuck is this shit? It's weird as fuck. There's no score? And John Blow's just like, he's morose. It's fucking funny. It's fucking real good. The thing about John Blow in the John Blow room. There's a really good gif of that if you're curious, if you want to use that sometime whilst talking about John Blow. I'll say, for what it's worth, I never got into Braid. You know, back then, I think it was a different era where there were enough Xbox Live Arcade games where, you know, you could try every single game. Yeah, I think your level did come up. Let me see if you are in queue or not. You're not in the queue. I played your level, Dragon, yeah. I think I did count you for being there because you were chatting right before the level. Or soon enough before. You're good, you're good. You can submit another one if you like. Back then, it was a different world, right? Let's go with hard, I guess. Back then, it was a different world, right? Where... How is this hard? Oh, it's... I thought the block position would be the meaningful thing, but no, this is like on, off repeatedly. I'm guessing it's slower if you're on easy. Hey, we can just stop here. You were making a sus joke? Yeah, I really don't get what you're going for with that, and I don't think other people don't seem to get it as well. Might want to lay off. I didn't get it, that's correct. I'm not gonna say what was said in the YouTube chat, just some stuff. I don't need to read every single bit of chat out loud. Suffice to say, just don't worry about it. Don't be weird. I've so far been pretty lucky insofar as not having to actively moderate that much, but I will moderate if it's like absolutely needed. We know what to do. The sex joke, it's a dumb joke. I don't really get what you're going for there. But okay, whatever. Not gonna worry about it. Let's just move on, okay? What was I saying about, what the fuck was it even? Check my notes here. Oh yeah, John Blow. And Braid. Back then, it was a different era. Different era of games where Xbox Live Arcade games, there was like one game that came out a week. Can you imagine that now? One game came out every week. Maybe two. You could, realistically, try out a demo of every Xbox Live Arcade game, and I'm not even joking. Back then, you'd literally just try every game. And if you liked it, you'd buy it. And if you didn't buy it. And I tried Braid, and I didn't like it. It was, in a word, not good. You know, I sort of think about like Hesh in The Sopranos, where we're going back to songs again, I guess, where he's talking to Christopher and about the artist that his girlfriend likes, and he says like, so, and he says like, well, I think it's not good. Can you be more specific? Well, there's good and there's not good, and this is not good. You know? And that's sort of how I feel about Braid. It's pretentious. It's you know, it's slow. The physics feel bad, and apparently it's some sort of weird incel narrative. Did you know that? It's an incel narrative? Very odd thing to realize, like, years and years later. Like, that's supposed to be something deep, I guess. Don't be weird about woke stuff. I'll say, you know, here we are allies here. We like LGBT folk, and I know a lot of LGBT folk, and it would be unkind of me to you know, badmouth them in any way, shape, or form, or do anything. I don't tolerate that sort of talk, I'll say. So you cool it, and, you know, oh, I'm sure this is not an insulting thing. Maybe, I don't know. I use he, him. I'm a cis male. Don't worry about it. If you ever put a hamster in an oven at 400 degrees, it will not turn into a Pokemon. That is correct. Fuck. Whew. It is true that it's hard to know if someone is... That is true. That is true. It's hard to know if someone is, like, actually gay, or if they're saying gay in, like, a positive way. You know, I do know that some people would use it in a positive way, but it will, like, embrace it in that way, right? But you also... There's like a smell test there, right? And gay people using it in a positive way do not talk like frat boys from like, you know, like the 90s. That's just not how gay is used among that scene. Dang it, we died. I'm gonna say knock it off, just to be safe. Unless you... Even if you are, right? Like, you're being weird about it. In a way that makes it indistinguishable from, conservative humor. Okay? Okay. One more time, Jam, and you're getting a timeout. Can you do timeouts on YouTube? How do you do timeouts on YouTube? Yeah, there's a timeout on YouTube. Perfect. Okay. Well, keep that in mind, Jammed Dragony. Look. We don't like slurs here. You know, it's not allowed. Okay, whatever. Let's move on. Robbie Angel, thank you for the level. I'm gonna hit complete. Corn is good for you. Corn is cool for you? You changed it. It's slightly different from usual corn. Go ahead and confirm. You didn't know it was a slur. You know what things you're not allowed to say. I don't need to tell you what is and isn't a slur. And I don't know that, you know what, I don't know that gay itself is a slur, but it is something that you should only use, like, in a positive context, right? Like, gay is something that you can use to describe, like, gay people and gay culture and all these things, so long as you're, like, being respectful and cool about it. Whereas, like, I feel like an actual slur is something you cannot say unless you are in that group. Like, you literally cannot let those words pass your mouth. That's called a gamer moment, and it's not okay. Right? I feel like there's a distinction between words that can be used in a hateful manner and literal slurs, but it is a fine line, to be sure, and something that you need to be careful with. And we need to make sure that we are being cool about. Lay off. Lay off is what I'll say. You're not joking? That's fine, hey. It just comes off as a little bit, I can't tell if it's disingenuous or not. Conservative humor kind of lacks a punchline sometimes in that, like, you know, they're pretending, they're, like, doing, like, they're... It's hard to sell. Say. If you do think you are bisexual and you are not joking, that's great, hey. More power to you. But, it's not like, you know, in that episode of Seinfeld, where, the guy converts to Judaism so that he can tell Jew jokes. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You know what I mean? It's that exact situation here. It's like, you can't make other gay people think that you are being disingenuous just to, and just claiming it to tell J jokes. That is, you gotta like, you gotta be more normal about it, I guess. I don't know. Don't be weird. Don't be like, you know, certain candidates, whatever. We played this level, Corn. Pretty sure I've played most of Corn's levels, though, so I think let's do it. Moratorium. Moratorium. A moratorium is when you can't talk about anything no more. We're done talking about it. That's what that means. If you don't know what moratorium means. It means cease and desist. It means we're done. Okay. Okay, cool. Hey, that was easy. Easy little level. Thank you for the level. Let me hit complete, and we'll do the next one. Rudy. Rudy the Sapphire, the Rudy the Shiny Hunter. There's multiple people named after Pokemon. I wonder if they know each other. That's quite the coincidence that some viewers have that sort of cadence in their thing. I'm gonna hit next so that Rudy knows that they are up. Meanwhile, let me pop a card. And yeah, speaking of indie game the movie, I rewatched it. I mentioned I've been kind of bored and kind of not having trouble finding a thing to watch, next things to watch, so I figured like, oh, I'll rewatch the indie game the movie. It turns out I have it on Steam for some god forbidden... I forgot entirely I owned a copy of Indie Game a Movie on Steam. So I rewatched that. It is, I think, very funny looking back. It's kind of a very pretentious movie, you know, especially with John Blow being his John Blow self and saying things like, oh yeah, you know, indie games are all about doing things different from corporate, you know, it's all about making what you want and it having all this deep meaning. And then you got like the Meat Boy guys who are just like, honestly, they're also bringing a little bit of like, oh yeah, no, this is deep too. Where they're saying like, oh yeah, Meat Boy is a man who doesn't have any skin. And, you know, Band-Aid Girl, he sort of completes her. You see how that works. And it's like, oh yeah, that's almost deep. But, aren't you guys like more ideologically and like humor-wise aligned with, like, Red Letter Media. Like, you're taking this, like, awful seriously. I bet if I had to guess that if I had to guess the documentary people at the time told them, like, oh yeah, you should, this is gonna be somewhat of a sappy documentary, so do play it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Do sort of lean into it. You're named after the gem, Sapphire? Gotcha. Oh, that guy, despawned. We went too fast. Now we'll have to do a, despawn trick. What can we do here? I think if we despawn, this'll work. There we go. Despawn trick work. You play Sword and Shield? Gotcha. I mean, seems like a lot of people do. Guess it's possible they're all alts. That's a... you know, that's a thought. Nice little level. Very good.
Oh yeah. Mario time.
Really interesting watching it again. In a way that where it's interesting thinking about how much the industry has changed, right? And how much these early indies really benefited from being the only ones out there, right? Like, the Meat Boy guy, he did stress when his game came out, right? Like, oh, you know, oh, it's not on the front page yet. It's not up yet. Where is it? Where is it? But also, like, back then, when you put out a game on XBLA, you might be the only game up in, like, a week or two, right? You might own that Tuesday. Whereas now, it's like 500 games go up every week. 500 games go up every week, and it's impossible to stand out. You have to get really lucky, and it's reasons like that why, like, Braid Remake didn't really catch the attention, didn't really do numbers. You know, I think a lot of the early games had it really easy, right? Like, back then, that was the days where we would play a demo of Cloning Clyde, and we would buy it. We would say, you know, oh, it's kind of a crap puzzle platformer. Cool! I haven't seen a crap puzzle platformer since the SNES! Oh boy! The last platformer I played, 2D style, was, Yoshi's Story. And that was, it's not as good as Yoshi's Story, but, you know, what else are you gonna compare it to? Clone and Clyde. It was a dark era. There were not 2D platformers to like contrast your games against, and yeah, no, in that environment, Braid was good by some measure. But even then, that was I didn't buy it. Even then, I said $10 for this. No, it doesn't feel very good. It has all this weird text that's weird. It's also interesting seeing Phil Fish. Phil Fish, famously, thank you for the level. Let me hit complete. Baron. Baron is up next. Baron, go ahead and confirm. Phil Fish famously had some very hot takes. He kind of had a reputation of being a dick. And he said some things that made his Jal Jokers... Okay, you know what? Jal Jokers is not Sapphire. Not Sapphire. He has a reputation of being a dick. And he has said some things that are, like, you know, cancelable. Like, back in the day, when, he said of Japanese games, like, oh, the problem with Japanese game development is that all the games suck. All your games suck. And, I don't know, at that time, Western games did tend to have, like, a lot of the big breakaway hits, but, you know, so it's hard to say, like, was he wrong, but everyone really hated that, and shortly after, he got out of game development entirely. Like, Fez was basically his last thing. And it's weird to think about that in retrospect, watching this documentary about him and frustrations. I'll say one thing about Indie Game the movie that I feel like we would notice now more acutely and would call out very specifically. All these 3 indie teams, all these 3 indie developers have really unhealthy relationships with work, with their livelihood, right? They crunch. They have major crunch culture issues. They crunch. They don't have a life. They work basically to death, and as a result, they are able to get out of the game in like 3 or 4 or 5 years. It is funny, I will say. It's them saying things like, what the fuck? It is funny in retrospect, them saying things like, okay, I think we're just going down here. It is funny in retrospect, them saying things like, oh, this took 3 whole years to make. Like, that's a lot. Like, no, basically any game these days takes at least 3 years to make. Some games take like 10 games to make, like Undertale, or, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Balatro did. Some one-hit wonders that some people make now. It's a very different industry now, you know? There's not like one single individual indie track that everyone pays attention to. Instead, there's just tons of different indie developers all doing their own thing, and sometimes getting attention, sometimes not. Sometimes being signed, sometimes not. That's a thing that's changed a lot in the last 10, 20 years. Yeah, about 10 years. It was like 2012, I guess. That's something that's changed. I'm gonna try going down first, I guess. I don't know. That's something that's changed bigly, is that, I see you're still here, Tatum, yes. Is that, nowadays there's a lot of, like, Devolver Digital type places out there that make a scene out of, like, indie games. And the closest back then was, like, Xbox Live Arcade, Summer of Arcade, which was, a whole thing. If you were a streamer, you would skip this. Well, unfortunately, I don't make the rules. Also, don't worry, I can talk about stuff. I have considered orchestrating, adding, like, a timer as well to the level. But I feel like, you know, that might impact more than just levels like this. Or having it so that I can just, at any point I can say, like, okay, timer goes on screen now. We're instituting a timer. Look, I'll say, right now, I can talk more about Indie Game the Movie. In fact, hey, here's another card about Indie Game the Movie. Who are the poster girls / boys for indie games now? I was thinking about this after watching the movie, you know? I was thinking, like, okay, this movie is, like, of a different era that doesn't exist anymore. Who now would you pull? You wouldn't pull Super Meat Boy guy, who has done nothing since then. You wouldn't pull John Blow, who is a huge blowhard. By the way, one anecdote about John Blow I didn't share. I saw on Twitter that Rami Ismail, I don't know, a good candidate for indie indie poster boy if he hadn't, like, quit the indie game scene like 5 years ago or something. He said, like, he was in, like, the thing he remembers about Blow is that the one time he quit a indie mailing list that he had set up, like, to have all the indie developers, like, chat and stuff amongst each other. Because some kid, some new developer, came in and responded to one of Blow's, like, massive, wacky-ass creeds with, look at this fucking wanker, LMAO, and that just destroyed. John Blow fucked off after being told, look at this fucking wanker. Which, yeah, no, that's the correct response to John Blow. Look at this fucking wanker. Perfect. Anyway, poster boys for indies. I think the number one, I'll say, I've thought about this a bit since I've been thinking about it the last few days, since I watched the movie. I think the number one poster boy for indie games has to be... Oh, I see what this does. The number one poster boy for indie games has to be Toby Fox. Toby Fox is the poster boy. Solo developer, made a game popular enough to get a costume into Smash Brothers, and also popular enough to become friends with Sakurai himself, wonderful dude. Probably gonna get Sans into Smash Brothers, the next one, isn't he? That's probably might happen. Or maybe Deltarune protagonist. What's the Deltarune protagonist's name? It's been a minute. Chris is Chris Deltarune or Undertale? I forget, but, you know, I think Toby Fox is your number one. I think that other ones, I think Greg Kasavin from Super Giants, the guy, the team that made Bastion, Pyre, most recently, Hades, Transistor, all those games. I think that Greg Kasavin has had a hell of a run, and, you know, his studio, I guess I should say everyone at his studio, and not just Greg Kasavin. Let's say Super Giant in general would be poster boys for the indie scene. I think you would go to them. A weird thing about the indie scene these days, that it's kind of hard to tell who is indie, who is not. If you were doing a documentary, something like that, I would definitely go to, Ben Brode of Second Dinner, the guys behind Marvel Snap. You know, they left Blizzard. Those are some of the guys who left Blizzard, went and made their own game, got the license to Marvel. So, you know, at this point, it's kind of hard to say if they're indie anymore. Deltarune is Chris. Gotcha. It's hard to say if they're indie anymore, but I still think it'd be an interesting interview to go like, okay, what's it like leaving Blizzard with all this reputation, you know? You were like the Hearthstone guy, and as a result, you were able to spin that into, you know, when you had your own game, the brand recognition is instant, as well as, you know, Marvel having that brand recognition. You're able to probably secure a deal because you are Ben Brode, strongly associated with Hearthstone. How does that all work out? I think it is very curious. I'm beginning to think that you might be right, other chat. I think these might be alts. Look. It's cool if you do, but I feel like gay people wouldn't actually say it that way. I feel like you are a conservative making a joke. Toad testicle licker. Yeah, I'm gonna put you in timeout for 30 minutes. Can I do that from the from here? How do I do that? How do I hit OK? Hang on, I've never done this from the OBS window that I have here. Okay, good. I just have to make it really wide. Okay, cool. For the confirm button to appear. 30 minutes. There you go. Okay. This all happening all in one stream. Fucking... really makes me suspicious. Let's see. Hey, you know what? We haven't just tried swimming across this water. What if swimming across this water gets us where we need to go? Let's try that out before we go back into that pipe and waste time. And maybe we'll die here as well. Maybe we'll just die here. Yeah, we did die. That looked like the part we died after going through all that pipe business, so... was all that a waste of time? Maybe. I think... I'm gonna do some more timeouts. Yoshi Footlicker, you cut that out as well. If you are the same person, you know what you're doing wrong. If you're not, well... you're being really weird about this in a way that, like, is not normal and is not really smacks of a like layoff. How about? That is the one thing here. Can we all just lay off and being normal? That is not being ally. That is being tongue-in-cheek ally as a joke. Okay? And what I gotta. Yeah, we gotta do some timeout. You get 30 minutes as well. That I am being ally. That is just conservative joke. That's not real. Stolen valor, stolen valor. Again with the stolen valor. You can't steal allies' valor. That's weird. And I can tell. We can all tell. Yes, you're not passing the sniff tests here. You're not passing the sniff test here. This is the first time moderation has been a problem, like, other than people trying to get multiple levels in queue, I'll say. So, this is the most I've need moderators to just quietly take care of that. I'm doing like an analogy, a sniff test, you know? Like a smell test. Okay, dismiss that level. Gone, out of here. Diego, Alejandro, you are up. Also, we have like 15 levels in the queue. And not that many cards left, I'll say, for what it's worth. Hello, Nathaniel, how's it going? I'll say, yeah. We will close the queue after this next level. That'll be how it goes. That sounds like the right time to close the queue. Yes, yes, yes. Other indies I would talk to as far as, like, that thing. Is there a thing test you can do for mod? I don't know. I'm not sure how I would decide I'm on a mod. I'll say probably someone who has been, like, with the channel the longest, and also someone I feel like I can trust. I would hesitate. I feel like, just for me, I have hesitated with modding people just because, I don't know, man. It's, how do you know who you can trust? I feel like I don't know well enough to know 100% who has the right, who's down to do it, right? And also, like I said, haven't really needed it. It's been something I've been able to handle for myself, but maybe just need to be more strict. And I understand you're a mod, but I don't know you. Nathaniel, I've heard a lot of people being disingenuous today. I would need some sort of, like, I don't even know if I 100,000% believe what you say, Nathaniel. From high school. Which high school? Tell me right now in chat. Do you remember what I said? What is the abbreviation for this school that we two went to? Oh, Diego didn't confirm, so let's go. That's not correct. Incorrect. You fail. You're full of shit, you know that? Okay, you know what? Sometimes you have to take a chat with a grain of salt. If you had, like, any literal knowledge, that'd be one thing. I feel like these all might be the same person. Worrisome. Worrisome. Okay, that was Sundestyle Diego. I'm not seeing ya. Let me take a drink, and we'll go to the next one, I guess. Okay. Let me just think for a second. Diego, I'm not seeing you. I'm just gonna go ahead and dismiss. Let's keep things moving. We got a lot of levels in queue. We gotta keep going. Ama Durger. Ama Durger, go ahead and confirm. Ama Durger, go ahead and confirm. You can go ahead and do the thing. Draggy, you are coming up. Coming up soon. Okay, let's do this. How do I look at where you are in the queue? Exclamation point Q on account. Exclamation point Q. Or I think list will also do the trick. You're not in the queue yet on account. Unless you are a sock puppet of one of the previous people, which is not allowed. Yeah, I think there's some trolls going on. Okay, what was I saying? Okay. Oh, I said after this next level would close the queue. Okay. That means it's time for the next segment. It's time to do a thing. Hey. It's time for last call for levels. Last call for levels. During last call for levels, I'm going to play a few of my own levels to give you all time to get any last submissions into the queue. I'm tired tonight, so let's just do this quick. And there's a lot of levels in there already. Let's do something like rare. Oh, also, I just on the last stream, that test stream from last weekend, I played through all of I played through all of my levels up to, like, this point, up to the Super World, so let's play a level from the Super World. What's, like, the level I've played the least recently? Just think about that. The least shown off level in the repertoire here. Yeah, Fear Forge 3, Automation Station. I think this might be the only time I used a fire. Actually, you know what? We'll have this be Fire Bros. Fire Bros. That's the theme of tonight's last call for levels. Fire Bros. This is a level of Fire Bros. Hey. It also has a very creative gimmick where you jump on the bombs and then they blow up. Does YouTube have, like, any sort of moderation options that could detect, like, say, same IP situations like that? Asking for a friend. That would be, good to know if it has anything that would just say, like, oh yeah, just only allow one, thank you. Or put a marker if it's, like, relevant. I mean, I'll say, like, I have multiple accounts. I have my bot account that does the bot commands. That's technically also me, but, you know, I don't use it as a second chatting account. I honestly don't watch that much. I don't chat that much on live YouTube, and if I did, I would chat with one voice. I guess there's some live YouTubes that I watch, and when I do watch them, I sometimes chat. Do more Twitch than YouTube as far as live streams go, though. More indie developers, I would talk to. I think it'd be interesting to consider the opinion of, like, Ryushiki 07, which is the creator of Higurashi, you know, the visual novel author, whose visual novel, like, spawned, like, several animes, as other adaptations, visual, such and so forth. I think it'd be interesting to ask, like, okay, your indie stuff was more like in the 90s and the aughts, right? How do you connect that with, like, current day indie developers? Do you consider yourself an indie developer? Like, I think that'd be an interesting question to ask. Other than that, I guess you just go to, like, I guess you could go to the Shovel Knight people. I actually don't know that much about the Shovel Knight people. I feel like they're, like, they don't have that much of a social media presence. I would go to Igarashi. Igarashi, like, is like, probably the most respectable of the people who, like, split off from their old company and went off to do their own thing. Like, Igarashi's games are good. Are there Fire Bros in this one? I forget. Let me check something real fast. If there's not Fire Bros, then it doesn't get played. Yeah, there's Fire Bros. Okay, cool. We'll do this one, and, you know, I think I do have one more that uses the Fire Bros from before the Super World. We'll play that one as well, and then we'll end the last call, and we'll, finish off what's in there. Hello? Sergeant Hoagie the Bear? Sergeant Hoagie Bear? Hey, how you doing? Takes a second to parse a all lowercase name sometimes. Do this lightning round style. It won't. Well, that would refresh the lights. This is my take on Animal Antics, by the way. This is Arsenal Antics. And basically you have to go through several independent rooms and go back through them with the on-off switch, which spawns different enemies, in order to get the red coins. Which is nice. Good gimmick. I feel like I had one more indie dev to talk about, to mention. There's Igarashi, and you could talk to the Platonic guys. I don't know. I don't like their games. I feel like Ukulele was such a big disappointment, and I love the Banjo games, that I would hesitate to talk to them in particular. I would try to talk to people who made good games, is what I'll say. So, I mean, I guess it would be interesting to like hear what the guy who made Mighty Number 9 thinks, right? And to hear him go like, yeah, it didn't quite turn out how I expected, actually. You know, is that what he thinks about that game? I hope so. I hope he has, like, a realistic view on that. Talk to the Devolver Digital people. There's some indie people who are cool. Here you can see, if you were to lose the hats, a lot of these guys would start attacking you, and that would make this a little bit more difficult as a result. That's how I use the hat. Also, the squids would start moving. The bloopers. Which would be inconvenient. My Friday was alright. Just a regular day at work, and then, you know, working from home and all. So, the day I work from home is Friday and Wednesday, typically. Had a nice, uneventful work day, and then rolled on to the live stream. Not much to say, really. One more area here. The POW hat area. In this case, it is set up where you got guys who you can kill by jumping, and also some sections where you really can't jump, because if you do, you'll die, because you'll take the thing out from under you. Nice, like the level so far? Yes, that's great. You get those 5 sections, and then it does the classic trick where the mid-checkpoint actually opens up onto a final section. You have to go through a gauntlet of all 5 of them in a row. More like Animal Antics, the original. And also there's bullet bills now. Bonsai builds added in addition to each of the 5 enemies that populated the previous zones. 1 in a row. What killed that guy? Was that the Bonsai Bill? Go figure. Thank you for the Twitch follow, Sergeant Hoagie Bear. I appreciate it. One more and then last calls will be over. You got until the end of last calls to get one level in there. Though I do tend to like to open the queue up to let new people get in. I feel like that is the nice thing to do. That's the least I can do, etc., etc. But, yeah. I'm gonna say, hey, Byron the Lord, you came in at just the perfect time. Unless you're already in there, in which case, oh, you are already in there. Okay, good. If you hadn't been in there, now would be the perfect time, but you are in there, so you're already good. This one has fire guys in it. We'll play this one, and then we'll be done. I guess I've used fire guys, fire bros, like 3 times. For an enemy exclusive to 3D World, I think that's quite a few times, actually. They're a good enemy. I would have liked them as, like, in the mall. Oh yeah, I have a lot of likes on, especially on some of my older levels. Yeah, you might have seen thousands in the older cases. And I'll tell you, I got most of those before I was a streamer. Before I streamed at all. I think most of these levels got to this point, roughly. You know, I started streaming like 2022? 2020... No, it was 2021. And I've been making levels for 2 years in this game. For 2 years before that, yeah, definitely. Like, the most popular levels I had gotten to that point before that. This is the vertical level, where you slide for a bit, and then you fall for a bit. Fun thing. Fun thing. We found out, like, last week that I'm, like, one of the top, I think I'm, like, number 300 and something as far as top makers on Mario Maker go, as far as total likes go. That's interesting to me. Go figure. Super World's almost done. There's just 2 levels left. I really need to find time to work on it sometime soon, I'll say. That would be a good thing. Sergeant, do you want to get a level in here? You good? You let me know, Sergeant, because, you haven't gotten one in yet, I don't think. But, I think it is time. Folks, I think it is time to close the queue. Last call is over. Go ahead and get it closed. Let's fix on finishing out the levels that we have. During that whole last call, Armored Durga didn't say anything, so Armored Durga, I'm gonna put you into sudden death, and we're gonna play the level sudden death style. Let's do it. JK, Byron? What do you mean, JK? Can't wait for yours? Yeah, it's been a while, isn't it? I know, the queue gets long. It's a problem it's a good problem to have, I'll say. But at the same time, it, can't, you know, what are you gonna do, right? Like, the only thing you could do is start doing... I know there's some makers, some streamers who just put more of a premium on, like, subs, right? Or, you know, the biggest of the big, right? Like, the ones who people know the names of, like, what's a good example? The speedrunner types. Those types. You know, the ones who do the races at the GDQs. Those guys... Wait, do I only need to hit it once? Oh, okay, I only need to hit it once. Those guys just have to lock it down to just the ones who pay money, just as a rule of thumb. And, you know, I can see now, as someone who doesn't, you know, doesn't have a fraction of their audience, I can see now that this would be unmanageable for this could very quickly become entirely unmanageable, especially if you didn't have my lightning round rules. That said, of course, you know, maybe others wouldn't be necessarily doing the thing where I do, where I play levels of people who aren't here, but with a limited amount of tries. You know, maybe that also helps, but I like my system, and, what are you gonna do? I think it's fun to play this level, and also it's really hard, so it's very possible we might die at any point, and it only takes 2 to lose this. Odd. These are very quick boss fights. I like it. I feel like we saw this last week, but was it Ammon Madger who submitted it last week? Maybe Adam Madger's on the YouTube side changed names recently. I don't remember the name Adam Madger. Adam Jurger. Oh, you know what? This is different. I'm definitely thinking of... This seems like an easier version of a level we had last time, where there was like this sort of room, but there was like 4 of these things you had to do rather than 2. This is like an easy version of that. Curious. The more I think about it, the more I think that we should have, like, a once-a-stream skip the queue option, where subscribers on the Twitch side just can skip the queue once per stream with, you know, so maybe some sort of 2 life minimum. And at this point, when I'm sort of reaching for, I definitely remember this from last time. This is, this vividly. I remember being very complimentary about this as well. Maybe this is a re-upload after getting edited down or something. I'll say, like, one thing I'm thinking about seriously as far as that goes, is I feel like it would need to be something a little different from very nearly but not quite sudden death. This would have to be like the premium skip the queue express 2 life situation. I'll have to come up with a better name than that. Hey, Byron? Some sort of skip the queue situation. Put only 2 lives worth, or maybe 3. And I feel like Baby Mario heads would not be appropriate for that. We need like some sort of premium head. What's a premium head? What's a head that when you see it you go like, ooh, yeah, that's classy. That's like a classy thing. Animated Mario from the movie, maybe, or like movie Marios. Could be movie Marios. That'd be fun. Have like could be a golden dragon head. I could see that. Or like Golden Mario, Metal Mario, those 2 could be heads. Good night, Josh. You have a good one. Thank you, Adam Madger. Oh, I see. This is a sequel to another level, I guess. Yoshi Footlicker. The level just says, Yoshi's feet. That's not a thing. I can't play Yoshi's feet. That's not how it works. I'm gonna hit, should I hit ban? I'm gonna hit remove. If I'm gonna ban someone, I'll just ban someone like normally from the YouTube side, not from the submitting side. That's backwards. Just ban them from chatting and they can't submit. Easy. That just makes sense. Okay, Toad's Testicle Taker Yeah, that's the... Okay. If there was any doubt that Toad's testicle taster was not on the level, the submission was also inappropriate. I gotta wrap back and just permanently ban those two, huh? I gotta lay out some permanent bans here. That's just we don't want to deal with that more often than more than just once. That's ridiculous. Again, hasn't been a problem so far. I bet it's just one guy. I bet we've got our first like legitimate troll who is like yeah, Jam Draggy, are you real? You are there. You seem to be real. I'm not convinced you are. Yeah, I need to ban you, but if you do turn out to be another one of them, and if you do, don't, you're on thin ice, is what I'll say, because you were like playing along with them a little bit in a way that makes me concerned and makes me go like, is this all a big thing? Is this all? You're not a troll? Just okay. So long as you ride the line, that's fine. Okay? Okay. Cool. Just trying to have a good time. I'm going to read that in the most positive light that I can. He is a troll? I think these all might be trolls, yeah. I think let's just pay them no mind. How about we just pay them no mind? I'm just gonna pay them no mind and step out of line again and, you know, we're not gonna worry about it for now. Let's just play this level. Oh, we had 5 lives because you were here. It's pointless to argue who is not a troll. You're probably both trolls, same person. This is not a productive argument. Arguing about who's the troll here, that's some sort of trolling thing here. Nathaniel is now the one saying that you're trying to have a good time. You're confusing which account you're messaging from. Jam Draggy is the one who was talking about having a good time, Nathaniel. Let's go. I'm gonna hit complete. I think those two might be 2 people. Coordinating, perhaps. I don't know. Everyone lay off, okay? Let's do the next one by, hey, the next one is Kanji-san. I can't read those characters. I don't know how to pronounce them. Yeah, please, just be cool. You got it? You got it. Okay. Kanji-san, you are up. If you're up, go ahead and say a thing. If you're here, otherwise will be sudden death. We played the level Jam Draggy. That was the last one. If you're talking about Nathaniel's level, he's a different person. Or at least, he should be. Also, oh, Nathaniel doesn't have a level in queue. Only has, that is you. Perfect. Hey. Thank you for, saying. Perfect. I'm gonna do a card. Speaking of, Japanese. I don't know. It could be Chinese. That could be Chinese. I can't 100% tell just by seeing that there's kanji, but I finished some anime this week. I finished, I've had a bunch of anime that I was just 1 episode away from finishing, and I finally went through them and watched the last episode of each of them, so look forward to hearing a bit about each thing in turn. I finished rewatching Farming Life in Another World. 5 out of 5 with a heart. That is just a very lovely little slice of life farming anime, farming isekai, where a dude gets reincarnated into another world and sort of just built a farm piece by piece. I've described it as Stardew Isekai before, and it's quite nice to see the dude just slowly and steadily like, oh, I'm building a field here, I'm building a field there, oh, some fun cute characters just showed up, and now I have elves living with me. Okay, and it, you know, slowly and surely turns into like a town building anime, but you're right, you are not in a timeout. You're now in the other thing, hide user on channel? Yes, let's do that. Hide user on channel. Is that the closest that you can get to a ban on YouTube? Go figure. Thanks for letting me know, Yoshi Footlicker, that you were up, that you were ready for your thing. We've decided in the meantime that you were worthy of banning, and that you are a sock puppet, and the other one is too. Considering you did the same joke at the same time, definitely coordinated there. You are Japanese, but you can speak a little English, so you may understand, and you may not understand all announces. Cool. What? Who? You just got back? Jam Dragony? Are you admitting to be Yoshi Footlicker? Yeah, I'm sorry, Jam Dragony, but you know the one rule of, trolling. You don't admit to it. Now that you've admitted to it, I gotta do this. Goodbye. Thanks for stopping by, I like the level. Don't... if you are Nathaniel, you're still, you know, I'm jury's still out on Nathaniel, so I'll leave that one for now, but, you know, certainly looks very suspicious. Really loved that anime, really enjoyed it. Honestly, I forgot that I didn't finish it, like, 6 months ago. I honestly did thought I watched that final episode 6 months ago. Damn good show. That is, Farming Life in Another World. Fantastic. It's on High Dive in America, in the States. It's an anime, by the way, Kanji-san. It's, you know, I don't know what's called in Japanese, in the original Japanese, but damn good show. I like it a lot. I love it a lot. It was one of my top 10 of, last year before last? I forget what year came out. I think it was last year? Early last year? Let's play this level. Beautiful. I'll say, my Japanese viewer there, I'm going to Japan, like, in a couple months, so that'll be fun. What do you want to bet that's, I don't know, man. This one looks so suspicious. Do you think it's the... Do you think this is the safe way? Yeah! No. I don't know how I thought that would work. I don't know how I thought I wouldn't die there. Huh. Well, that killed me as much as I was expecting. Each of the 3 different options. So... You think this is just like a waiting game? And you have to wait like 100 seconds for something to come and kill these guys? Is there some way for me to kill these guys and get through clean? I don't think there's a way to not trigger the on-off. Here's my theory. Okay. Wait, no, this can't be it. What if I have to run left to activate a on-off before I... Nope, that isn't it. Also, if that was the case, it would... The one on the right would die, wouldn't it? If that were the case, when the POW came down, and turned on the on-off, it was killed by the block, so it cannot turn it from blue to red. The same way it turns it from red to blue. Yeah, I don't know what the secret of this level is. And I'm all out of lives. That is how it works, by the way, Kanji-san, is that I have a limited amount of lives in the lightning round. Maybe you can tell that's how it's been doing. Let me look at the comments here. How so tough? Let me read the description. You know what? Let me open up. Having trouble finding Google Lens. I'm trying to do Google Lens here. Oh, okay, here's what I do. Okay. Please translate that for me. It's up to you. It's up to you whether you can clear it or not. Please try your best to clear it. Please do not write hints in the column. Okay, so that's just saying you can clear it if you're good. Please try your best, don't cheat. Thank you for the level. I'm not quite sure what the key there. Nathaniel thinks they know how to beat it. You're welcome to say Nathaniel, but I don't know that you do. I'm gonna hit dismiss, and we're gonna bring up the next one. You're welcome to say. I don't mind a little backseating. I don't mind a little collaboration. That said, that level is behind us now. Maybe there's a hidden block on the left? Maybe there's hidden blocks like above the whole thing, and you can clear out a safe area for you to live. And also get back to the right after you do that. Maybe with some sort of spike helmets. That is the current name. I didn't know Nightbot would reply to status like that. I don't usually do that. Tatum is here. Yes, that's right. That's you. Hey, here's another anime I finished over the weekend. Or over the week. I'm sorry. I finished this on like Tuesday or something. I finished rewatching My Senpai is Annoying. I'm giving that five stars and a heart. That, by the way, just means it's an all-time favorite. Really good workplace anime about a small woman who is small woman who has a ridiculously large senpai. She is like, you know, very, very short, very, very tiny, very, very cute. That kind of frustrates her because, you know, it's hard for her to be taken seriously in the workplace. And also her senpai is like the largest human being ever like conceived, and there's sort of a little bit of a romantic thing between them, a little bit, and it's also just a really nice and solid relationship where he is very supportive whenever she needs it, and you know, always there when she needs him, you know, as the Kohai senpai relationship tends to go. And also there's some fun antics there in between. Really great show. I really like all the characters, really love all the characters, love to see them together. They have good chemistry. I think it's a good, like, basic conceit of the main character being frustrated that the dude is always there for her, but also, sometimes, on occasion, when you do need big strong man to do a big strong man thing, it's pretty cool, right? Like, oh yeah, some guys are coming up and being weird on me at the bar. You know, they're drunk. They don't realize that she's an adult and of drinking age. He is there to be like, hey, look, I'm her senpai. Bug off. Let's go. I see what we have to do here. I'll also say the other romantic pair in that show is really good. They have a really sweet relationship, and as, like, Vaporware as the main relationship is, you know, it doesn't It's not like quite an out-and-out romance or anything. The other one is a lot more material in a way that I find really fun. Wow! Okay, good. I was able to get back on there. I didn't unban you. I mean, I hit, I don't know how that works. How to do a ban on YouTube side. Jam. You did say that you just got back after I banned someone else. Which really does smack suspicious. If you want... feeling this might be wrong, I'm not sure. What are you gonna do? Can you please understand? Hide me. I thought I did. I'm not sure how that worked. Hide user on channel. Okay. There you go. You are now hidden. I'll review. You know what? I'll review later on. If there is some sort of mistake here, we can figure it out, but I don't know. I feel like this is this is something that you have to take a very firm hand with, and you know, especially if someone's having multiple accounts, getting multiple in, and literally trolling. Okay. Let's I'll review your case later. Let me go ahead and hit complete, Tatum. Thank you for the level. That was I didn't complete. I lost. I died, didn't I? I did the other thing. I missed. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Josh P put in the thing. It's my bedtime. Thank you for watching anyway, Josh. You have a good sleep. Let's do the next one then. Bye, Sapphire Jack. I feel like Sapphire Jack was just talking like a minute ago. Here's another card. I finished rewatching So I'm a Spider, So What. This one, I felt like just whenever I finish an anime, I like to write up a review of it. And this one I felt like would be a really hard one to write a concise review of, so I waited until for like 6 months and put it off. And yeah, I just finished it. 4 out of 5 is where I land on it. Parts of it are amazing. Parts of it are incredible. I think that the spider half of the show sort of carries it. The spider part, the show is about a spider who reincarnates into a girl who reincarnates into the body of a spider at the bottom of a dungeon, and she sort of has to, like, survive at the bottom of a dungeon and make her way up to freedom. And, you know, it's sort of a RPG-coded show where she is fighting monsters, gaining abilities, putting them to interesting use, and all that is very interesting and very compelling and is very bingeable. And I really super enjoy all that content. If it was just that, this would be an S-tier show. This would be 5 stars with a heart, but it's not. There's a whole second half of the show, which is... I think I saw Sapphire Jack relatively recently, but... You can confirm, Sapphire Jack. Go ahead. Let me pause for a second and take a drink. There's another half to the show where basically, there's a bunch of other classmates that she had that reincarnated more in a normal way as, like, humans. And there's a whole... Let's not count that one. We gotta count this. That you intentionally killed me, Sapphire Jack. There's a whole bunch of stuff about a bunch of humans who are doing, like, normal human things, and this part just doesn't have like the the juice. Doesn't have, like, it's not compelling. It's kind of low-key boring, in fact. And I think these parts of the show really drag down the rest. Oh, wow, this is not the... Oh, this is death. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, cool. Those human parts really drag down the show, especially as it gets later on, and there's just, quite frankly, entire episodes that are human stuff only, and that blows. It blows to watch an episode of Spider and not get a single Spider. Not get a single moment of Spider. There you are, Sapphire Jack. Perfect. It makes you go like, what the fuck are we doing here? And why am I wasting my time watching this show that has one part that I like? That part didn't show. That part was a no-show. Okay, that's, getting above the stage is not the solution. Overall, I think it comes down to a... How was I able to... Oh! I had a mushroom, so I was able to stand. I was able to stand up and get around the blocks. Huh. Funny how that worked. I'll say, I think it's still worth watching. I think the show is still pretty damn good. Even despite the fact that half of it kind of sucks. The half that's really great is really fucking great, and yeah. It's a land of contrast of a show. Spider Isekai, so I was reborn as a spider, so what? How did he do this? What the fuck? I'm really not sure how this is possible. Oh, wait! One of these pipes must be enterable, despite the fact that it's behind a thing. If I had to guess, what do you want to bet it's the top one? The one that's, doesn't have where you have to throw a guy. I suppose let's try this one first. Try a few of the lower ones before we jump to conclusions here, but... Yeah, it's gonna be right here. It's gonna be put this down. No, not that right. No, if we're too close to the top. I was looking at my thing. I was looking at my stream deck. Let's not count that one. If I was popping a balloon while I died, it's hard to count. Ban evasion is not allowed, also, by the way. I get that you're annoyed. Imagine how I feel. I understand. I could let you have one chance as far as that alt goes, that account goes, sorry. But, you know, please do swear off any sort of tomfoolery in the future, okay? It's, you know, thin ice, again. There, you can be back. I'm gonna hide this one though. You only get one. Okay? Please choose the account and stick with it. And don't do any stuff that's against the rules. Okay. We weren't able to do that one. Interesting level, Sapphire Jack. That's... I don't quite know how to do that one. But... yeah. Leafy Go, 90-70. The problem with all these trolls, I'll say, all the troll sock puppets, all that shit, is it does strike a little bit at the faith we have to have in these people being real people. I mean, I'll say if they turn out to all be submitting from the same account, and anyone can catch them doing that, or, you know, submitting codes to the same maker code, that would be ban-worthy. Like, that would prove it. It's, not what I like to do, get bogged down in this business. I like to get bogged down in other things, like anime. Also, you know what? I don't see Leafy Go. Let me just confirm Leafy Go real fast. Leafy Go, you're up. Meanwhile, speaking of bogged down in anime, I got 2 more that I finished this week. And they're a set. I watched Rascal Does Not Dream of a Sister Venturing Out, the first of 2 Rascal Does Not Dream movies that came out in English and American theaters earlier this year, and finally I was able to buy the Blu-ray and watch them. That's right, I paid money for this movie. It is a movie. So Rascal is a very fun series. Basically, it's sort of like, honestly, I'd say it's one of my favorite anime series. This one gets a 4 out of 5, though, for reasons I'll explain in like half a second. The show is about a high schooler who is running around dealing with supernatural occurrences that are driven by emotions. Think the episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer where the girl is invisible because she is ignored by her peers. It's all stuff like that. Every arc is some sort of supernatural situation like that. Well, I say every arc. This movie, particularly this one, where it's a sister venturing out, doesn't really have a supernatural angle to it. Or not a new one anyway. There is sort of one that was from the show, but basically, your other account is unhidden for now. Jam Draggy. Go back to that one. The movie is just literally about the sister trying to figure out what high school she wants to go to. And it's interesting. It's a little bit interesting. And all your favorite characters are there, doing their favorite character things and talking and hanging out and being real likable and stuff, but it's hard to avoid as a movie. It's bizarre. It's bizarre and weird and doesn't really compute. It doesn't really work as a movie. You know what I mean? It doesn't really have an exciting ending. It just has a couple of emotional bits and then it's just sort of over before you know it. No problem, Jam Draggy. I maybe jumped the gun a little bit. I will review and make sure that everyone who needs to be banned is banned. I will review the logs and try to get to the heart of, like, where forgiveness is needed and not. It is possible I acted rashly, but it's also possible that I don't know. Let's just move on. Anyway, I thought it was alright. I sort of wavered between a 3 out of 5 and a 4 out of 5. And I think the thing is, I did enjoy seeing all my favorite characters, and it is sort of tying up loose ends in a way that is good. You know, okay, yeah, you gotta find out. There was an arc with the sister earlier where there was a whole interesting supernatural thing, and this sort of follows on from that, and you find out, like, where that goes, but it doesn't really make sense as a movie you go to a theater to pay money for. Like, it kind of makes more sense as just a couple episodes in a season that has better episodes after it. Thank you, Leafy Go, for the level. Very good. Sapphire Jack? Wait, haven't we... Didn't we see Sapphire Jack earlier? Was that a different Sapphire Jack? Sapphire Jack, if this... Did you submit one earlier? You gotta tell us if you did. Let me scroll up a little bit. Looking at the bot, looking at the bot. I can't remember. I think I probably didn't have to do a message for it. Yeah, I think I remember. Sapphire Jack did say, let me see. Position. Yeah, we did play Sapphire Jack. We did play your level earlier. I have to remove this. Because we already did one of yours. You understand. Which means that it's time for L wins doing 0. Go ahead and confirm. Dealer's choice, huh? Nice. Bye, Jam Draggy. You have a good one. L wins doing 0. You are up. Go ahead and confirm. And by the way, I'll just talk about the other Rascal movie. Rascal Does Not Dream of a Knapsack Kid, which I thought was more of a 5 out of 5. More like it. I'll say, like, as far as arcs of Rascal goes, I think that this arc is pretty good. It's in the middle of the pack, which, you know, Rascal being one of my favorite series means that it's roughly, it's a 5 out of 5, but not like one of my all-time favorites is where it falls. There's a good new supernatural thing going on. It's based around the main character's relationship to his mother, which has been strained for ages and ages. It has like some unexpected twists and turns, and some real emotions like backing it up that hits somewhat hard. And also, again, all your favorites are there, and they're doing stuff, and it's pretty good. I thought that movie was pretty good, and I quite enjoyed it. I'll say, though, neither of these movies had quite the impact of the first Rascal movie, which was a few years ago, which was Rascal Does Not Dream of a Dreaming Girl, which, low-key, is one of the best anime movies there's been. Like, that's probably, like, tied for the best arc in the show, other than the first arc, so far anyway. And, yeah, it's kind of hard to compare these two middle-of-the-road or lower Rascal arcs turned into movies, with this, the first one being like best of the best, amazing, incredible, probably just as good as Your Name, whereas like, yeah, no, it's just watching a character decide on character things, and you know, yeah. I will say this, I think it's a little weird that the second movie is called Acorn. The queue's closed, so you're a little late, but you know, next time, Corn. Next time, Corn. I think it's a little weird that it's called Knapsack Kid. There is a Knapsack Kid, which I won't go into details on, but that sort of is an unexplained mystery in the movie. And also, it doesn't really directly... The main character being dealt with is the main character's mother. So I guess it just came down to, like, well, we couldn't call it Rascal Does Not Dream of his mother. Who would go see that movie? Who would go see it if they knew it was about his mother? Which, okay, that's fair, but it's not a very accurate name, is it? What are we doing here? These all look... Some of these look pretty easy. Rest and listen? This is the most recent, so let's just see. Is this like, it's gonna play a song for us? I gotta pick up some mushrooms. That's not hard. They look like they're dropped on you. I mean... Whoops, I ended the song. I mean, I don't think I've heard that song for what it's worth, in Mario Maker. It's a pretty cool song. Let's hear it again. We have a life to fuck around with on this. Yeah, that's a song from Mario Land. Very cool. Anyway, I was kind of disappointed by those movies, but I'll say I did look forward and see like, oh, you know, they have actually announced there's doing more Rascal stuff, a sequel to this third movie, and apparently it's all based on a bunch of arcs based on like Rascal going to college and advancing to like college years, which, hey, that sounds good. It also kind of, if they're calling it the college years, the college arcs, whatever, that's not just one book, that's not just one arc there, that's multiple arcs. That means a season and not movies, which I think that's probably for the better. That's probably for the better that they do let's do a season of anime rather than a couple more movies that you watch and go like, well, I can see why they did Dreaming Girl as a movie, but this, doesn't really have much impact. It's really too mild. Or, you know, too mid, as the case may be. It's a pretty good arc, but is it worthy of a theater? I don't know. Thank you, Elwin's doing nothing. We, won doing nothing there. We just had to fucking go to the thing. Unaccount, you're up. There we go, get rid of that account. Beautiful. Thanks, Toad, for, messaging again, so I didn't have to scroll up to, hide you. That's, some disingenuous bullcrap. Let's, be a little more proactive on that in the future, if it happens again. I suppose if I continue to get bigger, I will have to probably, start thinking about moderation. And, like, trusting someone else to do it. Ideally, someone who could be around for every stream. Even the ones that, you know, are not Mario Makers, let's say, for sake of example. I don't know. I don't know that we're there yet. I think so far even I can handle it, but I also don't want to necessarily have it be the topic of conversation every time it comes up. You know, a moderator could just deal with it, and then we say nothing, and, you know, the mood isn't affected. Here's another card. Last anime card here. Time for 2 frames bereft of context. I watch a lot of simulcast anime. I think I'm watching something like 20-something shows this season. It's definitely like 20-something or so. And sometimes I see a frame, and I want to, pause it and take a photo and, you know, upload it places. And I'll say I tend to do these with my phone these days because, you know, all the Crunchyroll and the High Dive and all that, they stop you from taking a print screen, which is annoying because, yeah, now I get to crop it on my phone. All weird style. Here's the first one. Isn't that a nice frame? Are you mocking my father's passion for barbecuing? A funny thing to say, for sure. That's from Making Too Many Losing Heroines, one of the best shows of the season. It's very good. And here's the second frame, bereft of context. Oh no! Alia-san cucked me and took my own Nichan. A very funny thing to say. I saw that and I had to take a picture. It's very funny to me when a line is that outrageous. I don't know how many times I've seen cucked in subtitles before, but I'm pretty sure I can say not that frequently. Not that frequently at all. Good frames this week for anime. I don't see an account. Be user an account. One of the problem with all these trolls is they do, like, make you... I'll say, in your defense, Jam, a problem with troll accounts and the like, and sock puppets thereof, is it does make you distrust, like, every other account. Right? It does make you distrust other people who came in at the same time. Which, I'll admit, is not what I want to do. I would like to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I can't have it be like, I can't have it be a problem, you know? You, what? Huh? Hmm? We have, 2 seconds for this. Oh, we just have to kill one of them. Oh, fuck. I could have done it if I was standing in the right place. Okay. Well, on account, you know the sudden death rules. We, only have 2 tries to beat it. And, unless you were here, and you're not, so there you go. Oh, did I do the next? I didn't do the next. You know what? Let's be fair here. I didn't do exclamation point current. And alert on account. In writing, so let's just see what happens. On account, I'll give you a little bit more time to confirm. If you did, I think we could get through it. Let's do another card. Been forgetting to eat way too often recently. Yeah, I'll say I've been forgetting to eat way too often. You know, that's been a problem recently with work from home days where oftentimes I just roll out, I just take my morning meeting, like, right out of bed, and as a result, like, don't take the time to like, make a meal until after some meetings have happened, at which point it might be more close to, like, lunchtime than it is breakfast time, and as a result, I'll just have 2 meals on such a day, like today. But recently, I've also been having the trouble even on, like, work from office days where, you know, I get up at a normal time, I have breakfast before I leave, and I make sure to have a nice sizable lunch break where I have a nice, good old-fashioned lunch. But recently, also, I've been finding, like, when I get home, I am also struggling to remember to have dinner, right? I'm getting home, like, around 5 or so. I usually like to eat around 6, so, you know, it makes sense to sit down and, you know, watch some stuff, but before I know it, I've watched, like, 6 anime, 6 of the simulcast anime I've been watching this season on some nights, and then realizing, like, oh, crap, right, 6 o'clock was several hours ago. That's not good. And, you know, realizing, on account, I'm gonna go ahead and dismiss Jal Jokers. You are up. That's trouble. That's trouble. I really need to get into the habit of more of a stable schedule with that. Not just with the daily thing. Not just with the work from office days, but also the work from home days. I think I need to start just first thing in the morning, right? Like, when I'm having my morning meeting, which is a little earlier on those days, which, you know, does let me sleep in a little bit longer, but also the meeting starts and, you know, like, I'll say, my morning meeting on regular days is at like 9 to like 8:30 on another day, so I wake up at 8 on a work from office day, and I work up at 8:30 on a work from home day, so like a half hour more sleep. I need to get in the habit of just, like, really, during those calls, there's nothing stopping me from making breakfast, right? Like, they're mostly just, you know, I have my time where I say my thing. It's a scrum call, you know. That's same everywhere across the board, across the industry. It's not a breach of privacy or anything. I just need to say my thing, and then I can focus on making some eggs, and that's not too bad. Sapphire Jack. Whatever, we have 2 tries to do this. Let's just do it. Jal Jokers could be an associate. Associates are allowed, I guess. Pace? Hey, Mr. Clowns. I'll say Mr. Clowns if you haven't gotten one in. I believe you just started, correct? Do you have level in there? I'd be willing to open the queue for you for a second to let one in. I don't know what you mean by pace. Are you trying to say peace? Are you a troll? Could be a troll. Oh. This thing has spawned. No. Okay, be normal. Let me know if you want to get a level in. Super Bros 2, that's correct. If you don't want to get a level in, that's fine. You can just watch. We only have a few levels left. We're nearly done here. It's around 4 hours into the stream. And, you know, I thought it would go long, given the amount of things I came in to talk to. You don't pay for Switch Online? Great. I see. But you know what? We're kind of under the average recently for these viewer level streams. Gotcha, right. Yeah, can't upload levels without online. It's inexpensive. I'll say if you... honestly, I think that even a kid with a salary, or not salary, what's it called when a kid has money? Allowance, that's it. Even a kid with an allowance, I think, can probably afford to throw around $20. Hell, with inflation these days, $20 is a meal. Like, that's... It's sad, but that's not a lot anymore. Even less than it was a year ago, or two. Depressing to think about. I don't know what CFW is, Mr. Clowns. Hopefully it's not something weird. Okay, so if I want to get the right height... I reckon the goal must be to get through that pipe. One of these pipes in the wall. Custom firmware. Ah, okay. Gotcha. We only got, like, 2 more levels after this, I'll say, by the way. It might appear that we have more, but we actually don't. One of those levels doesn't have a code, so, you know, we can't play it if it doesn't have a code. I am concerned that another troll is here. That name fits way too much of a pattern. I need to check and see if there's anything YouTube can do about you just have a weird nickname. Right, well, there's been others who have had... Yeah. I am highly suspicious. How about we just don't reply to these? Mario, you have to tell me if you're a real person, because there's been... Your name falls into a pattern of bots and stuff. Does YouTube have, like, moderation tools, by the way? Honest question. How would you know, though, that you need to declare yourself real? Unless you had been here the whole time, being the people who weren't real. Catch-22. I think let's be a little bit cynical about the YouTube people right now. I really don't know. I really can't tell. If you are real, drop a subscription. Come back later. That's all fine. Go in the pipe? I tried. This pipe isn't the one. Maybe it's this one. We have 23 seconds left. So, I think getting into that pipe that's like up high isn't gonna happen. Maybe we can get into one of these lower pipes though. I can at least get into this one. Nope. Yeah, there's a bunch of pipes in the wall. One of them is probably the one. I was thinking it's the one that's high up, but I really can't tell. Mario Multiverse is better? I don't know. Thank you for the level, Jal Jokers. Really, I'm beginning to think that there might be a reason to restrict people to, like, just their own levels in some cases and ask that they don't submit other people's levels just because I'm pretty sure Jal Jokers might well be an alt. In which case, I need to shut that down as well as the other stuff that's been going on today. Hello, Mario with numbers and letters. Exclamation point, add, and then the thing. The top one doesn't work. I wasn't able to get in. I think I would have to throw a bullet bill, and then there. This is sudden death, by the way. It's what happens when someone isn't here for their level. Mario, you can get one in. Look at the pinned comment on how to add, exclamation point, add, and then the level. And I will open it up once you're ready. Let me know. Let me know when you're ready to get one in. This is the lightning round. We have a limited amount of tries for each level that comes our way. You have a good one. Mario loves Fent if you are real. Bro just rewinds when he loses in the online services. Sometimes, yeah, if that's how it's more fun. Depends on the game. Depends on the game, yeah. You're supposed to. In, like, old retro games, that's especially ones you don't know by heart, yeah, that's about the best way to make them more palatable to modern sensibilities. Byron, Edalord? Byron, the Lord. There we go. That's how you parse that. Go ahead and do that. Let me know, Mario, if you are up. You're staying, real person? Okay, you know. So long as you don't do anything wrong, I can't, you know. It's just, we've had some trolls tonight. Usually don't have to deal with trolls, and I am a little on edge. Again, like I said, the problem with trolls is that they cast suspicion on others. You know, suddenly we're second-guessing anyone that appears and has a level. Do you have a level? Anyone who just came who has a level, you can put one in if you want. That's anyone who hasn't been here. Who is new. Mario, do exclamation point, add, and then the level. Look at the... Hang on, I'll do a thing. There you go. M3 LL $X. There you go. I do not see Byron the Lord. Little follow-up on Soup real fast. While I am typing this in, I think we'll be doing this sudden death at this rate. Little follow-up on Soup. I've been trying to eat more soup and try out different kinds of soup. In this last week, I have tried out a few more kinds of soup. I tried out tomato soup. I don't like it. Tomato soup, F tier, and maybe it's just the Pregento version of soup. I don't know, but tomato soup, it does sort of taste like Chef Boyardee's liquid, which I do like, but it's like a lot more pronounced. It's like a much stronger version of this. It's a much stronger version of that. Here, let me add you, Mario, with the @. Let me get into the I'm just gonna add you into the queue myself. Add. The code is TFO. K9P. And then KYF. Okay. You now. Well, that person got banned. Bowser. Yes, there's... I don't know if that's Mario. It's Mario. It's M3. It sort of has the shape of Mario. It's either that or, like, Mesa. I guess Mesa? I read that as, like, trying to be Mario. Whatever. Putting you in there. That's fine. Let me go ahead and finish typing this in. I'll say, tomato soup, I would describe it as being like a... Melissa? Melissa. It's hard to read. The leet speak. It's hard to read with all those symbols. Here's what I'll say. Tomato soup kind of tastes like when there's too much tomato sauce on a pizza. That's the taste.
Oh no!
That's the taste of tomato soup. I also tried a creamy onion soup, which I would describe as it sort of smelt like a Subway, Eat Fresh, like that sort of Subway, and it tasted like sadness. I didn't enjoy that one much. I dumped most of it down the drain, pretty quick, like, nah, I just couldn't. I feel like any soup that is just like a bunch of one homogeneous liquid just isn't it. Did I die? Yes, I died by falling first time, yes. It was bad, I didn't like it. It's bad. Bad food. Tried it, didn't like it, had something else. That's the follow-up on soup. Some of the soups I've tried have been okay, but I'll say, like, I haven't found any, like, super winners other than the fact that I can buy wedding soup at a store. And I don't have to go to a restaurant for that. That's pretty nice, and I've had a good amount of wedding soup recently. But, yeah, no, any soup that's just a liquid just doesn't work. Suppose you could say those things. You're coming up, Melissa. Let me hit dismiss, and we'll get to the next one. There's only a couple left here. And again, the way that this works is if the person isn't here, I can't play their level. That's just how it works. Cheesy. Oh, close the queue back up now. Cheesy Zombie YT, you are up. A regular viewer, finally. Someone I'm confident could be on the level. Cheesy Zombie, let me know. Follow up on department stores. Oh crap. I was gonna have a picture for that, but I forgot to allocate one. I was talking about department stores and how I didn't know exactly what they were, like if a Macy's was one of them, right? And I think the thing I realized was like, oh wait, when I was in Japan, there were stores where it was like a whole building where every floor was a different thing. That must be what a department store is, like in a city. It must be a big single store that constitutes like a whole 5-6-story building where every store has different stuff on it. Huh. So I have been to some department stores before and found them to be quite neat, in fact. Like, There was one in Shibuya that I really liked, where the whole like directory of like what was on each floor was written on the outside, and that was really neat. And there's also like Don Quixote, like there's the Mega Don Quixote, where I think all Don Quixotes have like several stories, and each story is like a different assortment of stuff. There's also like bigger Don Quixotes that have like different like extra selection. Don Quixote is great. I'm going back later this year. That'll be fun to it'll be fun to go back to a Don Quixote. I say it's fun to go to a convenience store. It's like a Costco version of a convenience store, and I do think it is fun. Sudden death. I don't see Cheesy Zombie YT, so we have to do it this way. That's just how it is, and this level is so precise. 2 lives don't get you very far. Sorry, that's what happens if you're not here in chat. We still play the level, but we do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, where I only get 2 lives and that's it. Let me dismiss that level. There's just 2 left in the queue right here. Oh, I'm sorry, this one... Nathaniel, you just put in your name. I'm gonna remove that. There's no code there. I can't do anything with that. Finally, we have this one that Melissa put in, and I have submitted it on Melissa's behalf. I'd appreciate if next time you submitted it yourself. Yeah, that person is a sock puppet, or otherwise... worthy of moderation. Let's go. KYF. The BL attack. Let's do it. Melissa is here, so hey, full assortment of lightning round lives. Let's go. This will be the last level here. Last level of the queue. Last level of the stream. Must be hell for the bigger, for like, you know, gigantic streamers, websites, and all that to handle moderation, I'll say. Like, yeah, no, if YouTube, it's just that easy to evade, you know, to, like, have tons of accounts and stuff, then how do they do it? Well, I wasn't doing the reporting thing, I was just doing the hide thing for now. Maybe if I actually went and followed through, you know, there'd be actions taken. Kinda seems like these guys, they don't have keys, they don't have nothing. We just should move on. Odd thing, but I don't hate it. It'd be, less pleasant if I had to actually fight these guys. Maybe we're gonna find out that there's a key door and one of these is actually necessary. We have a whole assortment of tries left, so that's not a problem. And also, yeah, no, there's the ending. They're all optional. Entirely optional boss fights. Okay. Well, that's a stream. Yeah, I know, right? Very easy level. Okay. Thanks, y'all, for joining. Oh, let me hit complete and get rid of that one. Yeah. Thank y'all for joining, as usual. I appreciate y'all coming by and dropping levels and other such things. I think I do need to have a look at YouTube's moderation options and also make sure that this doesn't happen again. hopefully whoever it was will just be bored going forward, and we'll all be doing something else in the future. But if anyone is real, is cool, that's fine. Like I said, there's always new viewers every week, and usually it's normal style, it's actual people as far as I can tell. We have to do this by honor system at some point. So long as the levels are coming from different makers, it's like more expensive to fake Nintendo accounts and just more of a pain in the ass to do Mario making from multiple accounts to really hide it. On some level, we are limited insofar as I cannot do a background check on anyone, but that's just not something I can do whilst doing the viewer levels. But yeah, definitely some concerns to be ironed out in the future. Anyway, I'm gonna make myself big, as I think will be the new thing, and also I'm gonna pull up the schedule. I'll be back on next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Central. That will be a Metroid Dread randomizer. I got that working the other day. Apparently they released an update to it like yesterday, so I guess I'll regenerate the seed or something, so it has like different bug fishes in it. But that shouldn't be so hard. Everything's pretty straightforward now for setting that up and getting that ready for next Tuesday. That'll be at 8 p.m. Central. Then if you're looking for more viewer levels, that'll be next Friday at 6 p.m. Central, as is the normal thing. Let me see here. Send any Twitch people out on a raid. Forgado is doing some Mario Maker. That's fine. You'll admit it was part of a troll gang. Genuinely sorry. Okay, that's nice. Hey, if you come correct next time, I'm okay with that. But definitely be different people. Definitely be different people. Definitely don't be weird. Be normal. Be chill. Okay, I'm sending the Twitch people over to Forgado. If there are any Twitch people, we'll see. Whatever, doesn't matter. Forgado is doing some other sort of Mario Maker thing. Let me see if I can navigate the app and get up to Forgado on my phone here. The newly updated app. Yes, I can do just that. Perfect. I'll say thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see y'all on Tuesday for Metroid Dread Randomizer. And then Friday after that for viewer levels. I'm thinking just the Variety Night stream on Tuesdays and the viewer level stream on Fridays for now, up until I have my Japan vacation, at which point hoping to do one stream per week of the Japan trip. That'll be in September and October. That'll be fun. It's still a ways away now. Bye, folks. And yes, I am leaving too, that is true. Everyone's leaving. Bye. Bye now, really. Oh, let me send out the raid. Okay. Back on Tuesday. Bye.